Good evening, truth seekers. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here tonight. As always, you could have been any other place tonight, but you chose to be right here, right now. And with that being said, I want to thank you. And of course, I want to bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the 24 time zones that this show airs. Also give me a audio check in the chat tonight. We got a heck of a discussion tonight, and a little educational purposes. I think it's time to really put our audience and our community in the front of what is happening when it comes down to these conspiracies, whatever that you hear these days. Tragically, we're going to be talking about today of the eclipse and the aftermath of it, and the thoughts and the stories that was surfing that we talked about last Monday, all of the list of the conspiracies. Unbeknownst that, there were some things happening in the real world. And once again, we will discuss that tonight. But my hopes is not to shed light upon the story itself, although we're going to go deep into the story that you're about to hear, but it is still based upon what we talk about, the moon, the eclipse, the energy, and what is happening when it gets down to these particular stories. But one of the things that I personally want to bring light to is also give you what I consider one thing important, and that is why the privilege, I'm going to use that we share the same space. Because before you have a gentleman here, myself, who is deep into conspiracies. I'm deep into it. I tell you this left and right. But I don't think some of you hear the way I put out the content and the way I designed it in such a way that it gets our community to think left and right so that you will be able to analyze anything that you hear with your ears. As I tell you, your eyes are useless when your mind is blind. You have to think why. And I've always done that as a mission for once, but I also notice time to time I'll get comments, tell this, do this. And one again is because I respect my audience. And tonight we're going to get into that, but I'm also sharing you all some concepts and things that I do to analyze what is happening in the real world. But I think it will prepare you as we base it around tonight's story. And as you saw in the particular title of this video and the thumbnail, we're going to be talking about the young lady who really took things to an extreme, I would assume, when it came down to the eclipse. Now, one of the things that I want to dive deep into in this particular story tonight, as part of our live stream, is that this is a person or was a person of influence, and the responsibility of that is very high when it comes down to when we're speaking as we're doing today. It's just, as we know in politics, which we don't talk here, but the rhetoric of our former president and some of the stories of our everybody. But we know what we say holds some weight, especially when we think about what happened on January 6th and all of these things. And so it doesn't shock me of what we're going to be talking about, but it does sadden me of all the collateral damages that came from this particular scenario. So we're going to get into that tonight as well. So I'll give a shout out to everyone in the chat, especially all of you who, again, that support the cause here and what we're going on with this. As you know, we are supported here for Project Black. We're now initiating to do our first conference, and we'll talk about that, or online little webinar. We'll get into that as well. And so I just like to say that, you know, what we're going to be getting into is going to be this. So I think if you have children right now, you might want them to you might want the children to not be here on this conversation, because there's some things that we're going to say and do that I think it is tragic right about now. So other than that, let me play the first clip to set the story. So if you all wasn't familiar with what was happening, yeah, I'm sorry. Let me just put a text here. Someone was let me know. All right, so I'm gonna set the story out right now. I got a couple of clips. Let me see if I can play one to kind of get into so you know what we're going to talk about. Here we go.
Chilling new details about the mother believed to be at the center of a horrific murder-suicide. Investigators now looking at her social media, saying the self-proclaimed astrologer made several posts about the total solar eclipse before the tragedy. And Eyewitness News reporter Leanne Suter has been following this story since it happened. And Leanne, what can you tell us?
David, that new information certainly giving us some insights into Danielle Johnson's state of mind on Monday. Her social media showing serious concerns about the eclipse. It's a heartbreaking tragedy. An infant killed after being pushed out of the car by her mother on the 405. A boyfriend stabbed to death. The suspect, Danielle Johnson, taking her own life by crashing into a tree. The burning question for so many, why? Investigators now combing through the 34-year-old's social media for clues. Johnson, who went by Danielle Ioka online, was a popular astrology influencer and self-proclaimed divine healer with more than 100,000 followers on X. She also said she was a recording artist. In the days leading up to Monday's eclipse, she posted about the end of the world. One post reading in part, "Wake up, the apocalypse is here." In another, she said the eclipse is the epitome of spiritual warfare, and that if you ever need to pick a side, the time to do right in your life is now. On Johnson's website, she says she was an astrologer and Reiki master, trained in over 10 different alternative healing modalities. Her career, her online posts, and her deadly path of tragedy, all part of the ongoing investigation as detectives try to figure out a motive.
Given that the only witness we really have to this crime now is a 9-year-old girl, there's just very little information we have other than there was a verbal altercation that turned violent and it ended in tragedy.
Detectives say they are interviewing family and friends to get a better understanding of Johnson's mental status, but say they may never know what the exact motive was for the heartbreaking murder-suicide. Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right. So first thing I want to, and I have about 3 or 4. We're going to play throughout tonight about 5 different newscasts. They all seem to have the core story together, but they all do have a different perspective. But one of the things I want to point out is something that I've always trained our community on is that we never want to focus on how, because how is the mainstream of everything. It is how most people think. And when they look at things in contrast, but the main thing I've always taught you was to focus on why. And you're going to hear through each one of these newscasts as we play throughout the show that they're all saying, we just want to know why and not how, because how is always evident in everything. So it applies the same thing with this phenomena of ufology, the same thing of paranormal, the same thing of cryptid stuff that we talk about, a high strangeness, that I always want you to know, as you see some of the shirts I wear, how is never as important as why. Joining me is going to be me and the Moon. She's going to come in a little bit. We're going to have some dialogue with this. As y'all know, she's been Potter to be hosting some of this co-host with me from time to time when we do our live streams, and she's getting better and better, don't y'all think? Yeah. So I'll get her up here in the studio here in just a few minutes. But one of the things I'm just saying that, you know, in the article, we're going to talk about it right now. Let me get her to join here as well. All right. The greatness of Selena. Are you here with us?
I am. Hey, everyone. Happy Monday.
All right. And you know, I want to set the tone for let them know that on Friday, y'all just come. We're going to do Freaky Friday. But anyway, whatever that means. But the whole point is this. I have an article here in front of me, Selena, which is a headline from News 5 in Cleveland. And the headline says, "Woman disturbed over eclipse kills her husband, throw her kids out on the freeway." And they're saying the woman was an astrologer who called the impeding solar eclipse the epitome of spiritual warfare.
Mhm.
I know you've heard a little bit about this story, and we're going to go deep into it, but we're going to tie it into some of the things we already heard about the eclipse. And this will probably be the last time we cover eclipse topics because it's done in past. But I think the aftermath of this particular story sends a huge message, not only to the influencer community, but everyone who's listening when it comes down to the things that we hear and do we act up on them. So what are your thoughts first about this story before we get started there?
There's just so much to uncover with that story. I just truly don't understand how something like that can be triggered by an eclipse. I kind of dive into conspiracies, and I have a number of things that cross my mind when I hear, I had never seen the video before of the news posting or clip or whatever, and it doesn't add up. So her creating that post just really doesn't seem like that's something that would be triggered by a solar eclipse, even if, and you know how I feel about how I did feel about the solar eclipse. I had my questions and things that I mentioned, but it's no way in the world that, even if I believe in conspiracies, that I would go that far to do something like that to anybody, to harm anybody, and especially not my own children, and if I was married, a husband of mine. So I'm interested to hear more about what you say, how you feel about it, or what articles you came across in reference to that. But I definitely have a couple of things I would like to mention when it comes to this.
All right. Well, first thing I'm going to do is set the tone for, and I have a couple of her posts. One in particular that I'm going to see if I can put up on the screen so I can go into this next part here. And I'm thinking it is, no, not that one. So it's going to be this one here. Now, this is a post she posted on Twitter that says, "Wake up to the apocalypse. It's here." And so I'm going to stop right there for a second. And the first thing I want to do for all of us is to kind of give you a literal definition for those of you of what the term apocalypse and where it derived from, how it comes into play, and how we use it in the conspiratorial world. I use it all the time. You go back to some videos, I talk about a zombie apocalypse. I talk about all these different things. So it's not something that you have not heard from here. But I think when it gets down to how people actually see it, one of the origins of the word itself comes from the Greek word apocalypse, whatever, which transfers to unveiling or revelation. Now, the biblical significance is when you get down to the book of Revelation, that the word is primarily associated with the final book of the New Testament, known as the book of Revelation or the Apocalypse of John. Now, this book describes prophetic visions of the end of times, including battles between good and evil and judgments and the ultimate renewal of the world. So when you come back to her post, one of the things she talks about, if you believe a new world is possible for people right now. So she's already thinking this, and I know this because there's been speculation of saying, oh, what she done could not be related to the eclipse. Well, she's right there. She's warning people. She's saying it or have said it at this point. Once again, the modern use of the meaning is more for catastrophic events like the world has entered into, described like large-scale disasters, cataclysms, or either complete destructions. Environmental crisis could lead to ecological apocalypse. Sense of disclosure, what we talk about, it retains the original sense of revelation or unveiling, being used with events that radically expose a hidden truth of reality. So again, it's a common term in what we talk about and what we hear. And so therefore it's not unusual to see this. Now we're going to go into the family side of this in a few minutes. Selena, I think you and I chatted a little bit about this earlier. Her mentality of this was maybe protecting my family, but yet we think that's something that maybe that's not what it is. And even they covered in some of the news stories that we will get into. But the main thing was, I just wanted to set the tone of the word apocalypse so people can understand what we're talking about when it gets to this. And where does it come into the eclipse? Okay, I'm glad you asked. I'm glad y'all asked the question, because all along the eclipse had over 10, 20 different, conspiracies, the end of the world, the New World Order, volcanic activities. The list goes on and on and on. And if you had got jabbed, then you're going to fall out. Shit, that got to my ear. I didn't have that one. I'm telling you that particular story of don't go outside, don't look up like the word nope or what the movie nope or whatever,
Mhm.
or don't look up or get out, whatever. I don't know. But the whole point was you got those jabs, you be careful and don't go anywhere. Now, don't get me wrong. Y'all know I did an air from the bunker, which was a backdrop. And I will tell you, as crazy as it get, we had comments on the video saying, I don't want to watch this guy anymore. He's hiding in a bunker. And so I'm saying, wow, because we can go that far when it comes down to it. And so, again, I was told not to go outside, but none of the things, mostly in retrospect, except for energy shift, I would say, because you can feel that no matter who you are, you're going to feel the energy shift. And that will probably be more prevalent that most people felt when it came down to this. But there was no volcano. Okay, there was a couple of earthquakes and some things that was happening unusually. All right. So having said that, what do you think? I mean, you heard things, so let's kind of go over, Selena, some of the stuff that you heard, and how far did you believe it or gave it some rhetoric of thought?
Um, you mean as far as the solar eclipse, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I know I had heard the Native Americans say, and I've seen several interviews with them stating that they don't go outside during the solar eclipse because the energy is just so strong. Another thing is I heard something about someone giving a prophecy of and this was long before the solar eclipse came, but it was going to be a time where the jab would cause a DNA interference or something,
Hmm.
where it would affect it would cause like a zombie effect, where it would almost like something close to, not necessarily the Walking Dead, but it would show symptoms of something like that. And I also heard that it would cause some sort of interference, like the jab would cause an interference with any activations that the collective would experience during the solar eclipse. So that's like some of the things that I've heard when it came to that.
Yeah, but I guess my question to how far on the scale 1 to 10 was
Mhm.
believability or cautionary for you? 10 being the highest.
Honestly, I'm not gonna say I was at a 10. I was somewhere in between, so I don't know where that will fall in at. Maybe like a 5. And
Right.
because I really didn't know what to believe. I didn't know. So you guys know I mentioned I stayed in the house and my kids had off of school, but if they wouldn't have had off of school, I would have kept them inside because I didn't know what kind. This was different to me. I've experienced, of course, we all have experienced solar eclipses, and I had never heard of half the stuff that I was hearing that day that I heard, or prior to,
Mm.
than I've ever heard years before then. So I'm just like, what is going on? So let's say even if the actual solar eclipse didn't cause any issues, I didn't know what the government had, what anybody above the government had planned. I didn't know, and we did experience some things prior to the solar eclipse that was, it was alarming to me, from the bridge and the ship and leave the world behind. I mean, it was a lot of things that would cause me to question, is it safe to be outside during this day? And I did think about it that day. I said, I hope that I'm not missing out on something by not going outside. Because, it could be that thing, and you and I talked about it. It could be that thing where it's like they're trying to prevent us from going outside, to prevent any activation. If that's really a thing, any energy that we would absorb, good energy that we would be able to absorb during a solar eclipse, now I'm hidden from it because I've gotten this thing where, I'm hearing conspiracies and everything like that. And it caused me to stay in the house. And now I'm missing out on something huge. So,
Yeah, yeah. I'm with you on that. And first of all, let me stop the show for a minute and say thank you to Jeff and Damon I don't know why my boys out there are saying, hey, they recognize I got a cut. But I
Yeah.
know none of the ladies have said a word.
Yeah, look,
And
look,
and
baby.
here's the deal. I went to a woman barber for the first time in my life, and she says, I know how to make that beard look good, baby. I said, well, shit, go ahead. I lay back in that chair and bam, she hooked it up. And she said, this is how I would do your hair. I was like, okay, cool. So there we go. But appreciate it to the fellas there, and pretty much. Okay, so all I know is we see the cut. Thank you. She told me you're vain, Roderick. Vain. What is that? See, now y'all using words I don't know, or do I? But the whole point is that I think enough stuff was real enough. Because again, you and I talked. You did have your sentiments on because I have been jabbed 3 times. And so now why not out of a caring spirit, you will just, hey, listen, I don't know what's truth or not, but I would just in case you didn't know, don't take your ass outside. So it's and who wants to run the risk? Because it's no different than when I got the jabs, everybody's saying don't do it, but then I knew or thought in my mind that I'm at a health risk, and so therefore I didn't want to take the chances of the fuck that they're putting some DNA thing in my arm and gonna track me versus me going out here and catching some shit that at the time nobody knew what it was, what to do, and I will succumb to the learning process that they had to go through to treat this thing, right? So that was one of the things, and pretty much from there. Roderick is like an NFL coach with the Falcons who doesn't have a game plan to beat Bill Belichick. I don't know what you mean by that, but I will say I don't like the Falcons, and I would agree with you. Like Bill Belichick, now he was one of the best. You got to understand that he got a game plan for that. But yes, so the whole point, yeah, I don't know what key is it. Key, how you pronounce that? Ultra blitz, sack his ass or whatever. So all right, I don't know what that means. Maybe we'll figure out. He can give me details of being sacked. Someone said I look younger too, so we'll go with that as well. All right, so let's get deep into this sugar honey iced tea. It's time. All right. The tragic part of this is y'all didn't know that this lady stabbed her husband or boyfriend at 4:30 a.m. that Monday morning. Neighbors reported, and I'll play another clip here in just a moment of hearing him talking defensively, saying, "Hey, baby, stop, whatever." Now, if it was, I don't know what you would do if you wake up out of your sleep and your loved one is sitting on. I don't know how she did it, but he was an army man, so obviously he probably could have taken over her, and I'm sure he was just confused with and didn't want to, smash in a throat or something. I don't know. He could have used some of those military skills to defend himself. But if she struck the fatal blow while he was asleep, and then of course you wake up to it, that is a thing that I will say. And so I'm just saying that you have to look at this and understand what was happening to a point. And where I'm going with this is that here it is, and I say this all the time in ufology, where you have one spouse believes what's going on in this UFO things, or they're having experiences, or they're being contacted, or they see ghosts, there's paranormal, and the other spouse doesn't. And that is a huge break between the two and a wedge that could cause a relationship thing, right? And so that always was one of the biggest things to say, what the heck is going on? And pretty much Damon talking about did she okay, so let me yes, wasn't she an astrologer? Absolutely. So we got about 4 or 5 news clip. One in particular talks about how they found candles and tarot cards, I think right before all of this, if though she was doing some type of ritual reading or something, who knows in Pacific. But here's a little video to kind of give you a little bit about her and her thought process when it comes down to the eclipse.
A lot of our foundations as a society are toxic. They're ungrounded and they're unrealistic.
LAPD confirms Danielle Johnson, a.k.a. Danielle Ayoka, seen here on the Scotty and Sylvia show, was an astrology influencer on social media who was concerned about the eclipse.
Eclipses, there's more births, there's more deaths.
Leading up to the eclipse on Monday, Danielle, who went by the handle Mystic X Lipstick, made several alarming posts like these. Wake up, the apocalypse is here. And the eclipse is the epitome of spiritual warfare. She also reposted alerts that signaled this is the final warning. Something big is coming.
This type of story is probably one of the most tragic and horrifying stories that we'll ever hear about.
Like the rest of us, clinical psychologist Dr. David Swanson, who never treated Danielle, is trying to make sense of this horrific tragedy. Just hours before the eclipse was to take place over California, Danielle stabbed her boyfriend to death in Woodland Hills, pushed her kids out of a moving car on the 405 freeway in the Westchester area, which resulted in the death of her 8-month-old baby and the injury of her 9-year-old daughter. Then Danielle died after crashing her Porsche into a tree in Redondo Beach.
Perhaps she thought that this eclipse meant that it was the end of the world. The apocalypse was here.
All right. So now, as you can see, the media is there reporting perhaps she thought the eclipse was the end of the world. Now, let's just go with what we do know. You see her posts. You see some of the things that she was saying. You just saw a clip of her on the show right before all of this. What are your thoughts? Do you think the eclipse played a role in what this woman did?
Well, I'll just answer that because I got a lot to say about this. But you know what? The more I think about it, who's to say? Because really, we don't know what kind of effect. Now, we can all say, we can debunk the solar eclipse and say, oh, everybody's fine, but we don't truly know who's okay, who was affected by the solar eclipse. We truly don't know. We don't know. So who's to say that didn't give her some sort of a spiritual download that showed her? Because if she's a medium, if she's a psychic, if she deals with tarot, we don't know. I feel like when you deal with tarot, you can open yourself up to a lot of different things. And especially if you already have some existing mental illness or something to that effect, that makes you an easier, it gives easier access to dark entities and things of that nature, if depending on what state of mind you're in. So that could be something. It could have gave, like I said, it could have gave her some sort of download where she was able to foresee the future. Who's to say, and saw something that scared the life out of her. Now, although what she did was brutal, but I truly don't know. I feel like when you deal with tarot and you're psychic, you have those abilities. You have to be a strong person to be able to handle those prophecies or visions or whatever that comes to you, because if you're not, it could definitely have some sort of effect on you. So,
all right. So I got a question.
Yeah.
Let's just hypothetically, you work at the post office. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hypothetically.
Mm-hmm.
One of your coworkers posts on their Twitter account, warning, I'm going postal when I come to work Friday. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's going to be, this is your last warning. Get your protection right. I'm going postal Friday at work. Are your ass going to work Friday?
I'm not going to work.
Okay. My point exactly. She gave the cryptic messages of the reasons that she was thinking the way she was thinking. I don't know why we can deny that, though,
She didn't, though. She didn't say, I'm about to offer myself and offer my kids and offer my husband.
She didn't say that. She said, I quote right here. She says, get your protection on and your heart in the right place. Now, she was also known, including, excuse me, she also was known for including a mix of anti-Semitic creeds and conspiracy theories about the vaccine, warnings about the end of the world, alongside astrological predictions, positive affirmations. And see, the thing that tilts me with this is this woman had 100-some thousand followers, and that is an incredible feat these days. I'm just saying, obviously she was doing an outstanding job to have that type of following and putting out those type of message. And then at the same time,
Mhm.
If I'm not saying this that way, but if she's viewed as their leader and she goes and do this, are we hearing about any more later? You know what I'm saying? Is this just the last one? Does it sit out by itself, or do other people follow suit because they believe what she believed because she put it out there?
And I don't. First of all, I don't know. I would like to see if she has her own YouTube channel. I would like to see what she was like before all this is happening, because I got so many things rolling in my mind. Because we can say that it was something big behind which she had a big platform, and a lot of the times when you have big platforms, you serve as a target. So who's
Hmm.
she wasn't used for some for to carry out some big conspiracy. Oh, the solar eclipse caused this, the solar eclipse caused that, and it really didn't. Maybe it was something that was done behind the scenes that could have caused that. But I don't know. I don't know her history. I've never heard of her. I've never seen I never saw a channel for her. So I don't know. They can put out whatever they want to put out to paint a picture of her the way they want to. But have we heard anything from family members? I would like to hear more from her close relatives that say, oh, she was not like this, or she had mental illness, or anything like that, because I just truly don't believe that this really makes any sense.
Well, I'm hearing what you're saying, but I'm saying, and let me go back. Let's go back. Let's see what another newscast said. I have another couple of more. Let's play this one. This one's a little longer. It's about 3 minutes, but it goes into a little more detail, and we'll go into it right now.
Startling details tonight about the woman police say is behind a double murder-suicide that included her partner and her 8-month-old baby. She has been identified as Danielle Johnson, who went by the name Danielle Ayoka online and was a controversial astrology influencer with tens of thousands of followers.
Yeah, we're also learning that she was worried about this week's solar eclipse, believing that the apocalypse was near. Sandra Mitchell joining us live in Woodland Hills outside the apartment where the suspect and the victims lived. Sandra?
Rick and Cher, we do now have a possible motive in the case. Investigators believe that the woman who pushed her 2 children out of the car on the freeway, stabbed her partner to death, was increasingly focused and afraid of this week's eclipse. And a psychiatrist that we spoke with tonight said that she actually might have been suffering from what she called a manic frenzy. In the hours before the body of a man was found at this apartment complex in Woodland Hills, and 2 children were pushed from a car on the 405 freeway, killing one of them, a social media repost in all caps. Alert! This is the final warning. Do not look at the eclipse. Turn notifications on. Something big is coming. Disturbing social media linked to the woman at the center of Monday's murder rampage. The suspect, Danielle Johnson, was known on X as Mystic X Lipstick, an astrology influencer.
It's certainly possible that she was hearing voices. It's possible that she was seeing things.
Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Carol Lieberman says it is likely Johnson was suffering from bipolar disorder or postpartum depression and might have been in the midst of a manic frenzy.
As the eclipse was coming closer, that just brought these problems to a head so that people could have seen her just not making sense, making poor decisions, doing dangerous things.
3 days before her multi-city murder-suicide rampage, Johnson posted, "Wake up, wake up. The apocalypse is here." Dr. Lieberman says stabbing her partner in the heart, pushing her kids from a car, and killing herself by going 100 miles per hour into a tree, these were not the actions of a woman trying to save her family.
What you would think of first is that this woman thought that the end times were coming with the eclipse, and so she wanted to protect her family from what horrors would come, and so she killed them. However, this is not how you would kill your family if you were trying to protect them. It was so brutal. That really doesn't go along with the idea of her wanting to protect them.
Johnson had 100,000 followers on X, but when I looked at the comments tonight, over the past few weeks, it appears that many people were increasingly concerned about her conspiracy theories and said they were unfollowing her. We did reach out to LAPD tonight, but they had no comment on a possible motive. We're live in Woodland Hills. I'm Sandra Mitchell, KTLA 5 News. Cher and Rick, back to you.
All right, Sandra, thank you for that.
All right. So what do you think about that? And one of the things that stood out to me most at the beginning when the lady said she was controversial influencer, it's like the stories just evolved, that she's getting worse and going to be painted this picture. And like you said, it could have been mental illness. But once again, like you heard the doctor, she was talking about what is, manic frenzy. So I took the literature and started looking up exactly what it is, and it's also associated with bipolar disorder. And manic frenzy is not a formal diagnosis. It's important to understand that it's not a specific medical diagnosis, just a descriptive term of extreme behaviors and mental status associated with severe manic episode with bipolar. Now, of course, bipolar is a disorder, a mental condition characterized by drastic swings in mood, energy, and activity levels. It can also go with while depression episodes are present. Now, I can go all the way down here from elevated mood, racing thoughts, rapid speech, impulsive risk behavior. But one in particular that stood out is that the potential danger that they said is that if risk behaviors associated with frenzies can be harmful to individuals and those around them. And I would assume to say that they're correct, probably, right? So what are your thoughts, though? You heard the lady, she didn't treat her, but she said that what she was baffled about was that if she was protecting her children, that probably wouldn't be the form of protection. But history shows that people have done a lot of stuff like that. But go ahead.
That's the first thing that came to my mind. I was like, if this had anything to do with keeping your family safe during an apocalypse, that is just, you may have been more safe by not doing that than doing it. So I'm just like, that doesn't make sense to me. And I just don't want to just say it wasn't the solar eclipse, because you just never know. We truly don't know how the solar eclipse has an effect on us. We don't know. It could be long term, people say. It could be up to a year where you won't see symptoms of a solar eclipse. But I don't know, if she was so tapped in, and she had to be tapped in, like you said, if she had 100K followers. So I'm like, she could have been extremely tapped in and could have been shown something that just didn't sit well with her spirit. But at the same time, this seems like it's pretty dark. And it also seems like it stems from mental illness. But the thing that gets me is I don't hear any family members comment. Now, I could be wrong because I haven't really did any proper research or investigation when it comes to this story, but I truly want to hear from her family members, because what it's not going to do is just all of a sudden hit her the day of or the couple of days before leading up into the solar eclipse, and now all of a sudden a switch flips. It could, but I'm just thinking a switch flips and now all of a sudden she's killing everybody. I really don't.
I get what you're saying. So let's take a break for station identification here.
Project Black Family, this is Roderick. And the first thing I want to start with, your eyes is useless when your mind is blind. Now we know the truth is not found in mainstream energy drinks.
High amount of added sugar is significantly associated with 45 negative health effects.
Reducing the amount of added sugar would change the risk factor numbers that put them at risk for future heart disease.
Those are designed to keep us hype and keep our eyes closed and our minds closed. They're not sharp enough for the work that we do. We deserve resources that are designed for truth seekers, for those who refuse to settle. That's why I partner with Live Here. Their coffee is different. and stamina to keep you going, chasing those leads, whether it's out in the field or in the bedroom. Now here's the deal. Every purchase supports Project Black, the Black League of Alien Contact Knowledge. I'm just looking for 20 of you who want to upgrade your morning routine and to show concrete support for our community. Let's ditch the junk and fuel the fight for the truth, one cup at a time.
All right. So first of all, that is about the coffee. And I want to thank everyone to know who got coffee Friday night. Here's your packages. They're about to go out in the mail with your video clip of your pole dance for the guys of Selena. Is Selena's images in here. And then also people who got several boxes. I want to thank y'all from there. People who's getting samples, you're getting your stuff in the mail as well. And we still got a few boxes left still. If you want to support, we're going to start doing our first Project Black, workshops and stuff in a few weeks. Michael Carter, Erwin, I think, and we'll have Daryl and a few others. But anyway, we're raising, this money comes in to help the community. I said it already, from Thrive to what we're doing for the webinar platforms and all the stuff we're doing. So if you want coffee, and I'll send it out to you personally, the Cash App, I'll make sure I put it on the screen, and definitely you can support. And $35 actually. Now, cover shipping and everything is over a month's supply, so it's enough for you. Good coffee. It's got the cordyceps in it. And let's support it. I want to thank everybody who placed their orders. I noticed today that they already got shipped out today. So you're going to be doing that as well. That is quick. The company, I'm telling you, is right off the chain. But we still need about 10, I would say about 8 customers. And so just to kind of start things off, and if you can help that out tonight, and you drink coffee and you want the cordyceps for immune system, cognitive function, stamina, the Cash App is up at the top, 35, and put in coffee and your telephone number, and I'll call you tomorrow early or whenever, and then we will ship this out to you. All right, so we'll get back on point there, and we'll cover some more of that in a heartbeat there. But all right, so I'm going to challenge the fact, Selena, and I think that this had everything to do with the eclipse. It just, make no mistake about it. She talked about it weeks prior to. People talked about it. The world talked about it. Everybody was talking about it. And I can't assume anyone who goes as deep as she did. Now, once again, people say, well, if you're trying to protect your family, why would you kill them that way? Kill them and it's killing. It doesn't matter, Now we know in South Africa, the cult, they gave everybody something to drink and they killed 900 people, at this point. And I was going to do a story on that. We know the woman drowning her children. We know people shooting family in the head and shooting themselves. We hear those stories without eclipse all the time. So I don't think the way somebody died doesn't matter to the person who's dead in saying you killed me anyway, whether it was by a jab, whether it was by a bullet, whether it was by, stab, whether it was by a brick, it all is unalive at the end of the day. And so, but again, it all clear indications that she was concerned about the apocalypse now, or the eclipse as an apocalypse. So one of the things that I want to make sure I do, and now let me get deep into, and then we'll go deeper into this tone. I don't think a lot of people know, again, if I said in the beginning, the benefit of the intelligence that I have when it comes down to what comes out of my motherfucking mouth when it comes to these conspiracies, although I hear things that will blow people's mind. And there's things that people couldn't handle, some of the stuff that I hear, but you hear so much, you have to gather yourself and the energy of all of this, and then do your own research. Because if I sit here and spill out, all it takes is just one of you that I confirm, listen to what I'm about to tell you, that I confirm one of your suspicion is how this works when it comes down to conspiracy. You have to already have had a suspicion And then when the things come in, then it is confirmed. Now, we're going to go over some of that right now, where I'm going to teach y'all and give you some things and weapons that you could know when you're hearing this stuff. And then we'll still tie it into our conversation. But it's going to be based around this acronym that I put here in front of you called Conspire, which is an acronym similar to the word conspiracy. And it has those 7 elements. Anytime you hear this shit out there, I want y'all to begin to listen to these 7 elements. So write it down, sear it into your mind, come back and look at this video later, whatever it is. But you got to understand these 7 acronyms that I'm going to give you, and you're going to hear, and I'm going to tie it into her story. So then you will know how to interpret this or talk to someone who has a conspiratorial mindset. It's a big difference of you hearing me talking about it. And even Selena, you mentioned it before, right? Man, sometimes I think you just debunk this stuff. And now as we've talked more, you get to know I make sure I safely put the perspectives out so people can make their own decisions, right? I give you enough information that you can hear, you can see, you can read, to raise your awareness to the possibility of what we're talking about could be true or not true. And that's something I developed a long time ago when I was on Clubhouse talking to hundreds of people, that you can turn around and say the motherfucking sky is falling. And if they already thought that shit was falling, you just confirmed it. And now it's enough for them to take action and buy grills, get fish, you know what I'm saying, and pack up.
He be calling me out, y'all. He calls me out.
pack up and put out shit. Be ready for an apocalypse. You know what I'm saying? Shit. And call your friends who've been jabbed. Don't go outside. You're gonna die. You know, I just want to say goodbye. So I'm just saying, you all have to understand that. So let's go over some of this right now, and I'm gonna put it back up. But like I said, and also let me go back. We got a contribution. I don't know how I missed that. Saucer. Let me see here. I didn't even see it there. All right, so y'all give a shout out to Salsa for the $10 super chats. I appreciate it right now for sure. And with all means, I do really appreciate it. And so let me hide that. But anyway, if you do want to support the show and you find value tonight, and it is the 15th. Come on, y'all. It's the 15th. Please, Lord. You know what I'm saying? 1st and 15th, folks. You know what I'm saying? I should be right on time, man. You know what I'm saying? I waited 2 weeks. I'm here. You know what I'm saying? Just show some love. Bernie Mac, show some love. Show some love. All right. So real quick, as I pop this up here on the screen, Conspire. The first thing when you're thinking about a conspiracy, you have to look at conventional thinking and conspiratorial thinking. One of them is healthy skepticism, and the other one's override suspicion, all the way down to actual conspiracy, which there are. I'm not saying that they don't exist. There are actual conspiracies that do exist. But we're saying the ones that are a little different. So when you think about the acronym Conspire, and we'll put this together, that stands for the word contradictory. Every freaking conspiracy out there, they're going to have any conspiracy theorist, the person who's believing it, is going to simultaneously believe in the ideas that are mutual contradictory. For example, this is an example, believing in the theory that Princess Diana was murdered, but also believing that she faked her own death. This is because the theorists are they're committed to disbelieving the official account. So where I'm going with this, no matter if NASA comes out or somebody says the eclipse is just happening every 20 some years, this is why you should go out and see it. You're not going to see it again for another 20 years. And if you're at 70 years old or 80 and you know you're not going to live to 110, then why wouldn't you go out and look at an event that you're not going to be around to ever see again, right? So is there a problem with that? And then at the same time, most people are saying go out there, but then you want to go and looking for energy or all of these things. And so, but all it takes is this. If the the main story is that this eclipse is something that does not happen for a number of years, and it's not going to happen again to 2040 or whatever, which could have been the actual fact. I'm just saying, then it doesn't matter, because if anybody was disbelieving that an eclipse was that, they could believe any fucking thing at this point, because all they didn't want to do is believe the actual storyline. And this is how all conspiracies originated, is all we have to do is tell you, don't believe the hype, right? Another point of this will be and this is what we call overriding suspicion. Now, most of these conspiracy thinkers, has this a degree of skepticism, right, toward the official account. This extreme degree of suspicion prevents the belief in anything that doesn't fit into the conspiracy theory. So when I tell y'all stuff about what is happening out here, or here's what they said, or pretty much, you have always heard me come back and say, well, this is what they say. This is how they say it's done, but focus on why, because why is where the truth lies. Why is always where the fucking truth lies. I don't care what conspiracy is out there, but the why is where the truth lies. And if you're not willing to go into the why, then you're going to believe in and all things. So at this point, once again, I don't know her truths, the girl that, did all of this stuff. But one thing's for certain, she felt, and you heard it, her family members or whoever they interviewed, her post, all felt that it was some spiritual divine moment. Now, when you come in the word fucking spiritual and religion in any conversation, more wars are fought over religion, more people have died over some spiritual movement, and your own family members, marriages are broken up because he's yoked and I'm not yoked, and all this kind of shit. And some reason, that component alone is one of the most dangerous parts ever been invented. And this is why we cover the Christianity part of the Bible when it comes to aliens, who created it. Why is this doctrine in here? Is it some control factor? Because somebody, and okay, now am I putting a conspiracy out there, Selena, or what? Am I about to go there?
Are you?
Am I? You get what I'm saying? Am I about to go there? Or should we just say the word is the word, but the word is the word? We know that's what it says. The word is the word.
Right. You're right.
Mm-hmm. All right. So I'm just saying, when you think about this, now, the most best part, someone said, who's the girl in the photo? Just got here, but I see someone else using her photo. That's a conspiracy. We don't know if it's a girl or a man. We have been saying this for day one. You get what I'm saying? We don't know. Me and the whatever. Huh?
That's for Freaky Friday, ain't it?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
You are jumping ahead. But that is a conspiracy, Donovan.
Yeah, there you go. So, it's all what it is. And so, but now when we get back to this particular tone, let me go back here for a minute. And all right, so not there, but here. So we're gonna go to the end for nefarious intent. All right, what's happening in the chat? Man with a wig. Oh, okay then. There you go. There you go. I told y'all. But don't worry, we've discussed it in private and said, hey, when do you want to stop the conspiracy and show yourself? And so yeah. So I think we're at the point.
Mm-hmm.
We're at the point. All right, so somebody's saying the apple or orange. Oh shit! Oh my god, the hymen. Yeah, I'm. Yeah, my mom asked me about that shit when I went home that night. She said, "Why did you call me about that?" I was like, "Mom, I don't know." All right, so when we talk about these conspiracies and what's going on, they have to. The motivation behind any presumed conspiracy is invariably assumed to be nefarious. Conspiracy theory never proves that the presumed conspiracy has begun or benign motivation. So there's not a conspiracy out here that you've heard that was meant for the good, as opposed to it's something bad. And so what I'm saying is, and what I would like to know is, who she was learning from. Where was she tapped into with all of the Reiki and the tarot card reading and all of this stuff that she got this thing where maybe she heard voices. And this is where you were talking about. Could she have opened up the wrong fucking opening portal? And now you got demonic spirits that came in and took over this person. Is that too deep?
I don't think so at all. I think that's very possible. When you read tarot cards, you run that risk of that happening. And especially if you don't have the proper spiritual protection, you definitely could open up the wrong door. Because you are supposed to protect yourself before readings and after readings. You got to clear those things out. And if you don't do that properly, you could run the risk of something like this taking place. And especially solar eclipse, that I feel like that heightens things. So now you're at a peak and you are doing tarot readings and you're reading for 100,000 plus, because I seen that it said it was 2.5 million views that she had. Now I don't know when it got to 2.5, but that's a lot of people, a lot of energy you tapping into. So it could definitely be, as Summer. Yes, Summer, you are absolutely correct. Spiritual and mentally ill. That's right. So
Well, I mean, now, but again, why are we going to put that in category? Why does a person who stabs her man in the heart and throw her kids out of a moving car and crash herself have to be mentally ill? You know what I'm saying? What if she just believed in what she thought?
Well, let me say this. Let me interrupt you real quick.
Now, where I'm going with this is, was she mentally ill before, or this only constitute because she took this final action?
So that's what I was about to shout out to. Blessed and Healthy mentioned that she also just had a baby. Now that's a good point, because what is it? Post I don't know why I'm drawing a blank right now. What is it, guys? Help me out. After you have a baby?
No sex for a while?
This fool. Y'all help me out, ladies. When you have after you have a baby and you have postpartum depression, that's it. That's a good. She could have suffered from that. We don't know, and that definitely is serious. When I say serious, because I feel like I had postpartum depression, and that is a serious thing. So that could have definitely played a role. But what I find very funny is that they are using this astrology thing, which I mentioned. I wanted to shout, who said that? Bella mentioned something about that, as well as Cosmo. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to reference you guys what I saw to catch up, but they were mentioning some things that seemed like it could have went. One person mentioned that who's to say this is even real. Second person said that they are using astrology a lot. And this can all tie right back into the solar eclipse thing and spiritual warfare, and then playing against the things that we use in a spiritual way. And they could, it could fall into that conspiracy thing again, where it's like really promoting this evil thing. That's why I can't truly debunk. I can't say conspiracies. I feel like with conspiracy, there is truth behind conspiracies. Not all of them, but I feel like a lot of conspiracies come from a little bit of truth. So I just really don't. I mean, we can just go in so many different directions, but I do truly that mental illness played a part in that, and something could have activated her mental illness for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, and we could look at it and say how many people wrote about the eclipse and didn't go out and murder somebody, right? We can go there, but I do have another couple of more clips, one or two more, I think, that just kind of paint the story a little different. So let's go with this one.
Days after a family tragedy that spanned 3 different cities, we're learning more about the online personality of Danielle Johnson. She is the woman who killed her boyfriend in Woodland Hills before pushing her baby and her 9-year-old daughter into traffic on the 405 freeway. NBC4's Darsha Phillips live right now in Woodland Hills with more on the investigation here. Darsha?
Yeah, Colleen, Danielle Johnson had a very large presence on social media. She had over 100,000 followers, and she posted about her fears about the eclipse and the apocalypse. But neighbors here at the Montecito apartments where she lived says here she was very much keeping to herself. She barely said hi to anyone. NBC4's I-Team has confirmed that Danielle Johnson was also known as Danielle Aoka online. Under this alias, Johnson made several disturbing posts. Some were anti-Semitic. Others warned about the solar eclipse, calling it the epitome of spiritual warfare. Hours before the solar eclipse on Monday, police say Johnson went on a rampage, killing her partner and throwing her children into traffic on the 405 and then crashing her car into a tree on PCH.
Horrible. I mean, just the whole thing.
Anita Mezar lived on the same floor as Johnson and her family.
I only saw her one time. I came out of my apartment and she was there with the stroller with the little baby. The baby wasn't even a year old.
That 8-month-old baby was in the arms of Johnson's 9-year-old daughter when police say Johnson pushed them out of her moving car on the 405. The 9-year-old managed to get to the side of the freeway. The baby was hit by a car and killed.
She's insane. Yeah, that she had mental problems. To do what she did, the way that she did it, yeah, it's just awful.
Anita and other neighbors now pouring over Johnson's social media posts.
I don't know if you've gone to her Twitter or X page, but we didn't realize how mentally unstable she was. A lot of anti-Semitic remarks.
Norman and others say Johnson and the family kept to themselves.
She was just very standoffish. When we walk our dog, she just wouldn't say hi.
But never imagined she was capable of what police say she did. So many in the building, Norman says, haunted by what happened on Monday.
Friends of ours heard pleading, blood-curdling screams, pleading for his life.
Online, Johnson described herself as a recording artist and an astrologer and sold healing sessions and products. Johnson was killed when her car crashed into a tree in Redondo Beach. Police say she was going over 100 miles per hour.
If only people in this situation would simply either get help or if they would just not take others out with them.
The sole survivor in this, the 9-year-old girl, is now with Child Protective Services. Reporting live tonight from Woodland Hills, I'm Darsha Phillips, NBC4 News.
All right. So one of the things that you hear, and what I think we should at least acknowledge is once again that the reach that this person had. She sold healing. She sold all these different things. And like I said, my concern is her followers and anybody she's done private sessions with, all of this stuff. What the fuck are they thinking right now? You get what I'm saying? As far as what she done did. Now, tragically, we know no one survived this. Even though the little 9-year-old is living, she did not survive this because she's going to have to, or will always, never forget holding her little sister and thinking at 9 years old she was supposed to be a hero and hold on to her when her mom threw them out the car. And she probably still ain't gonna know why mom pushed me. Mom could have said, hey, get out, something's about to happen. But I'm sure they already knew what just happened to the dude because they was all home, and so you're talking the collateral damage of the person who hit the baby. They're probably freaking out. Okay, the 9-year-old, the families, the guy's family, who, which I got that last video of what his mom is saying. Just all of this when you wake up in the morning and feel that it's an apocalypse. Now, reason I'm saying this again is that the verbiage that this girl was using, the epitome, the holy grail almost of apocalypse. This is it. tells you this was surrounded around this. With no ifs, ands, and buts. But I think the last video, I think, will say where they found candles in tarot cards or some type of cards, like a visual that it department that was still lit, meaning she probably was doing that prior to getting up and going in there and stabbing the dude first, taking him out first. You just heard the other clip. The guy said the neighbors heard him screaming. And that tells you that was he able to defend himself if he was still enough screaming? You get what I'm saying? To overpower her, or now was she possessed with incredible strength or something, right? So I don't know. But all I say is that when we get down to this and we thinking about it, we all are sitting here focusing. We all are focusing on the fact that there could have been some mental health issues. But I want y'all to make sure, do not miss the point of prior to that there was so much headway of what was going to happen to an eclipse. It was the end of the world. People took that literally, and this is what we got to be careful with. And tragic as this is, this happened to a small cluster, a few people, this thing is happening, but there could have been thousands of people who ended or took themselves out on this eclipse because everybody was saying that day was the day. Thousands.
That's true.
So that's my thing, is why we got to be a little more vigilant in how we interpret what is happening in our world, what we hear. So, for example, let me jump into, okay, so I finally got the opportunity to watch the movie finally last night or a night before, or whatever, the movie Leave the World Behind. Now, for me being in the space I am and all of that stuff, that was freaking creepy. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, ask me why. Why? I'm glad y'all asked. The whole point I'm saying is this: everything that I talk about, and I'm gonna say this to you. If I was the former president of the United States of America, and I knew I was bound by national freaking security to hold my tongue, and I knew, because I have an inside track on the stupid shit that could happen and how we are hated by all these other people around the world, and that the most simplest form is to disrupt us where we are mentally health, right? But the movie, and what I think people really don't really see, the last scene of Serenity security was in the fucking bunker. Why would you couldn't tell me, if I wasn't looking at how many minutes left, that it would have ended on a scene like that. Because I'm thinking everybody else is going to make it to the bunker. We happy. Then it's going to be over with. No, it ended as saying that's the end result. You better prepare for a doomsday bunker. She said it. Oh, you got to have straws for water. We got to collect water. Oh, the phones are not working. How many times I've said that? Hundreds of times. And all of a sudden, here we go. So, what, you just put a paragraph? Am I not giving you an opportunity to talk where you got to type a paragraph in a chat?
I'm listening to you because I noticed that
Jesus.
When I speak at the same time you do, if I'm like, I hear feedback. So I don't like to interrupt you. So I'm listening. I'm talking to people in the chat.
All right, go ahead.
Don't call. What I was saying was, this is why the news media, it really irks me, because I feel like they just paint these pictures of people and they have no idea, because we have yet to hear family members speak on her at all. This is why I firmly stand by a lot of conspiracies, because I just recall what came to me is me thinking about people that had a lot of influence on social media, YouTube, Instagram, whatever. And I remember them speaking out on things and people coming in like they would. I remember this young girl, I cannot remember what her name was. And she spoke about a lot of different things happening in the world. And you would never think in a million years that she would be a target. She just had her own platform and she was speaking out and she was saying that the government was doing this and these people were doing that. She was just speaking on how she felt about different worldly views. And she eventually came to saying that these people were after her. And she said, I see people sitting outside of my house. They're after me, this, that, and the third. And she ended up being offed. And I think her son was there, her small son. And I don't know if her boyfriend, something, but it looked like, it seemed as if they, whoever they are, came and got her based off of what she was speaking against. Now, I say all that to say, when these people have these large influences and they're speaking on these things that are happening in the world, specifically the solar eclipse, and we got the Leave the World Behind movies, we got ships running into bridges, and we got all these different things coming on. Happening in the world. I feel like these people that are in the know, and when I say in the know, I'm talking about psychics and mediums and all these people that are really connected and have the information, where some people will hold it back for their own protection, but some people feel like, no, I got the word and I'm letting these people know that something is coming. And then who's to say this whole thing is not set up or she was forced into something? I don't know, because it seems crazy. The media or the news channels are saying, oh, she didn't talk to people. Hell, I don't talk to people in my neighborhood. I can be a very social person when I feel like being a social person, but that doesn't mean I stay in the house because I work from home. So you might catch me out sometimes you might not. Sometimes you might see me and I might not say anything. Sometimes you might catch me at the right time and I might say something. But that doesn't mean that I'm off my rocker and I'm going to go out and I'm going to, unalive somebody just because of that. So it's like they just painting this picture. Oh, she was a tarot reader and she was this and she was crazy. How do we even know that? We don't know what the hell was going on with her. We don't know who was behind all this. And because all the people that could truly speak on it is no longer here. So what do we really know? And the fact that her family's not speaking up at all, what's really the situation? Now, she could be lonely in the world and may have not had any family members, who's to say? Somebody had some damn family members to speak up and say, oh, this girl was this and this girl was that. It's no way in the world she was completely isolated where nobody would know anything about her. We haven't heard shit. So that leads me to question a lot. Because although we can go in the direction of solar eclipses, we can go in the direction of her being a tarot reader, her being all this, but it looks like she had a very large following. It looks like she had a major influence to the point where she was invited onto a show and she spoke. I just feel like now we could really be carrying out some heavy shit when it comes to spiritual warfare and people that are in the know becoming high targets, so it can kind of deflect. So it's say, okay, y'all don't listen to these people that are highly spiritual because these are the crazies in the world and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. They can off people. Look at her. She's taken out her family based off of her being this tarot reader and her being into astrology and her this, that, and the third. That's a lot of people. If somebody had 100K followers and they had to serve a certain role and they had a big following, now all of a sudden you got 100K people that's like, oh no, now I'll never listen to a tarot reader. I'll never listen to a psychic person. I'll never do that. That could be our protection. That could be someone raising a red flag. Hey, y'all, don't go that way. We need to go this way. Who's to say? Who's to say? That's why I'm like, when it comes to conspiracies, I always hear you out when you talk about conspiracies and stuff. But what I'm saying now is the time. And I heard somebody say, and I know it was like, I don't remember what it was, but somebody said all those people, when they used to say, oh, those people are nuts, listen to them. That was all the psychic people and everything. Years ago, people would say they were crazy and all this stuff. Now, a lot of the things that they they saw in the future happen, a lot of that stuff they said is playing out. So I just feel like the more we get closer to where we're supposed to be getting to, the more we're going to start seeing stories like this that's going to pull us away from us listening to people that are in the know, that are very spiritually connected. That's why it's that whole thing with this solar eclipse, where I believe that was a part where we were getting our spiritual activation. Something is completely different than it was before. Something is happening, and I don't give a damn who says it's not. Now, it might not be as far as the zombie apocalypse. We might not go that far. But again, we might, because you didn't show people eating legs and all types of shit. So we don't know what's really happening. But I feel like the more we get closer to where we need to be, the more they're going to start pulling us away from who we supposed to be listening to, and even listening to ourselves, but getting into the mind frame that we need to be working on ourselves more. And yes, this is a big example of us needing to work on our mental illness. You know, if we have it, if we suffer from depression, if we suffer from anything that will cause our state of being to be weakened, we need to start working on that shit, because I believe that a lot of people are going to be attacked. If you're not strong enough, you will be attacked, because this is the time for them to try to take us out. That's just what I believe. How do you feel?
I should have just said what color socks you wearing. That's what I should have did. I should have just asked the question. Hey, what color socks you wearing? You know, you said a lot, and one of the things that I wrote when you said was ships running into bridges. And where I'm going with this is, you know, so your thoughts is that could have been a conspiracy or it was deliberate, but we have ships and cars running into shit all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So what makes that different? How does that start to begin a watch that we got to watch what happens because a ship hit a bridge? Clearly,
Mm-hmm.
though,
Mm-hmm.
they show photographs of the lights and power going in and off as though there was a power outage, which caused this thing to get off course because it had no control of itself. That doesn't mean that someone didn't cause it, but at this point, you know, where does this go? You know, and how far do we take? So, for example, I saw a black bird about 3 days ago,
Mm-hmm.
sitting across the street, sitting on the line, watching me. And then it took off and it flew because it had wings. And as it was flapping its wings, there was something that came off from the bottom of it and hit the ground. And when I looked closer, it was bird shit. Okay. So
It's crazy too.
this bird was black and it had wings and it shitted out bird shit. Was it a conspiracy because it was a black bird staring and the shit was white that it came out of it? And it actually could fly,
Mm,
but it was a black bird.
that's deep. That
That's
is
deep, right? It's deep. That's deep. And when I saw it go down and get him a worm, what birds do,
this for
I had to think about the worm. Why was the worm where it was, knowing there was a bird around?
See how you do.
That fucking worm.
I
I'm
think it's
saying to
funny.
you,
I think
that fucking worm.
I think it's funny that you would even say this bullshit, right? Because you literally just said you watched Leave the World Behind, and he said, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, you know, this stuff is really, you just saw Leave the World Behind and you believe that shit. You believe that Mr. Old President was giving signals and warnings and shit through entertainment, right? Now you
Right.
see that damn ship in there and people compare that ship to what happened in real life. So
But
who's
would you see in the chat? You see the chat? People seeing black birds now. Go ahead.
Y'all see how he be playing devil's advocate? He plays devil advocate all the time. Not the black bird with shit. Y'all make that interpretation. What did the black bird with the shit? And man, stop that.
No, it's the worm. The bird got the worm. The worm is the problem. Y'all need to. The bird got the worm. Why did the worm come out and show himself? Knowing there was a black bird who shit around.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah. So it's all I'm saying. Okay, so let me back up. Yes, you're correct. I watched the movie. Leave the World Behind. I saw remnants. Everything that happened in this movie was the capability of how things could happen in the code, showing the codependency that we are. Like the guy said, I'm dumb. I don't know what to do without my cell phone and GPS.
Yeah.
Right? You saw, the things falling out of the sky because of electronics. Everybody. But it turned out the end of the result was martial law, where people started to take matters in their own hand. And like I said before, and I've told you, it didn't matter about people being prepared and you had your fish and frozen and chicken, and it's the people, remember, because you was prepared. You was prepared for everything, grills, and you had grills and maps and shit.
Yeah.
Car was all gassed up. Cash out the bank, you know what I'm saying? It's like, and I know other people. They took all their money out the bank, and and it was like, whatever. So, but I'm saying, shit. Oh my god! But I'm just saying, I can't even say this shit. Oh my god! It's all right, y'all. It's okay. Y'all, you know what? I want y'all to believe that you can fly, like R. Kelly song, or I want you to believe you can fly. And I want you to paint some wings on your ass and jump off the top of your house and see what happens.
Don't go and do that.
Jump off the top of your house with some fucking wings, or go jump your ass off a bridge because a boat is coming and finna hit it. Whatever. Go. I don't know. Just do some shit that is not normal, so that you can say, "I told you so." That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Whatever. Somebody said with the bonnet.
With the bonnet. See, I'm not saying nothing about bonnets. Bonnets here is a delicate fucking conversation here. It was our running theme. It was me doing, I'm not going to say that. I am emotionally impacted by the word bonnet. In fact, every time I hear the word bonnet, I cry. Bullshit. But you know what I'm saying? Just the fact. I'm telling you, when I get married, she can wear the bonnet at our wedding. Fuck it. Wear the bonnet at the wedding. Put the bonnet down. You know what I'm saying? She can wear it at the wedding, rob a bank with it, whatever. We can have sex with her wearing a bonnet. I'm just fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Bonnet won. The bonnet won. That's all I can say.
I cannot.
Even though there was a conspiracy behind it, right? Yeah. So it's pretty much. All right. So yeah, bonnet sex. Yes. All right. Back to what I'm saying too is there had been, and I call this out. In fact, before we do that though, let's go into a couple of things I'm gonna put on the screen that I think oftentimes we get comments and I don't say a lot about them, but I'm gonna put a few on the screen from some of our videos. This one was a comment when I did about the apocalypse, and this is by Bammerman, whatever. He said it too, that I was talking about the eclipse conspiracy. He said it's apocalypse coming. Then we had the collective consciousness. Her comment on the video was the tarot is a denser energy. Oracle is lighter, less dense energy. Tarot can feel heavy if you're dealing with dark energies. Either way, clear your energy. Now, you just talked about that. You just talked about the weight of tarot cards. So obviously they found, in fact, the last video I'm gonna play, I think they mentioned that about her having tarot cards. Another comments was by Boogie. She said, Miss Learn and Earn, who actually had did some things today. I cried, and we were talking about the eclipse, and she said, I don't know why I was crying. That was around 11:35. The phone glitch. Okay. Someone else says around 3 p.m. I was feeling nauseated and my head started burning. I was outside 12:30 to 3:30. I thought it may be because I've been outside so long. I wonder what was that all about. Lasted about an hour or so. Someone else come back. Did anyone else phone act up? I saw some text coming in, but when I went to actual text messages, the phone was not, the messages were not there. I've had my friend text me and it was not there. So where I'm going with this is that could have been just some regular technical malfunction, but yet these people are tying this into the eclipse that day. What are your thoughts? Just like I saw a black bird, but go ahead.
I remember a lot of us saying we were tired. The body electric supplement. What is your name, girl?
Monica.
I remember you saying this because I felt when I saw you mention it, I said, damn, I felt the same way where I felt warped. Like I had worked that day, and when I got off, I sat on my couch and I kind of just nodded out. Like I felt extremely tired. Now, Roderick's going to say, well, you're always tired.
I didn't say that.
It was different.
I did not fucking say that.
We're going to say that. I know you were thinking it. I felt like I was extremely tired that day. So I'm like, we all could have had stuff happen. I don't understand why you think it wouldn't be something related to the solar eclipse. It was an energy shift. So if the Native Americans say that the energy is very strong that day, then if it's so strong, it could affect electronics. It could have an effect on our bodies. It could have an effect on a lot of different things. So
let me make sure I understand this right. You're saying you were extra tired that day? You were extra tired that day. I'm just giving clarification.
I said that, yes.
You was more tired than normal.
Than usual. It was a different kind of tired.
What's the fucking tired is tired? How can I be tired and not tired? And maybe I'm tired. I'm a little more tired than I was tired, but I'm tired than what you were tired because your tired is not the same my tired. In fact, your tired ass is tired all the fucking time, but my tired ass is not as tired as your ass. What is that?
I don't fall asleep and stuff. When I say I'm tired, I feel tired. But this time I was nodding tired. Like sit on
nodding. That's different. Okay.
So I'm
really
feeling different. That's what I'm saying.
Oh. Somebody tell me she had narcolepsy.
David, no, I don't. No, I do not.
Hey, I'm just telling you, tired is tired. I don't give a fuck. You know, I was married, so I understand. Tired and headache is the same fucking shit. Yeah, I know. But anyway, where's Josh?
How did you feel that day? Do you remember?
You really want me to put that out there? I'll put it out there.
Come on now.
So I have a trusted circle because I'm immune to some shit. But when somebody called the Batman line that I have over here, that blue phone, as y'all can see it, and say, Roderick, you've been jabbed 3 times. You know, you should not go outside at all. Now, don't get me wrong, because I'm thinking of the deliverer of the message, not what I'm hearing. Because when you have respect for somebody who you feel that are highly intelligent,
here we go.
And then you get a phone call saying, you know, well, you shouldn't go outside. Let's see. Becky said, I'm tired of waiting where this Galactic Federation's at. Oh, we'll talk about that too, but let me get back on this thing. So when you get message from your inner circle that says, bro, you know, you got 3 times and you just I don't know if it's true or not, but just don't go outside.
Mm.
Now, it's the same person when you call and say, "Hey, what's a recipe for apple pie?" Now you got to be a little leery for the apple pie fucking recipe.
Who the hell told you not to go outside during the apocalypse?
You did. What the fuck you talking about? I didn't want to put you out there. It was you.
Who the hell told you something like
You said, "Dude, don't go outside." You know what I mean? The possibility of you not coming back. So I go into my make believe bunker, and in fact, I went outside and bathed like the hell in the fucking sun. I was like, I was woo la la. I was taking a bath in that shit. Like what? You know what I'm saying? And the first thing I did was text you and said, "I'm still here."
I'm still here. Right.
Yeah. So I'm saying it's okay. I think you have highly intelligence, but where did the gap come from? Where the ship was a deliberate act, and the fact that, and now don't get me wrong, we're cool. I would expect that you would have probably been like sending prayers and shit. I'm praying for you. Don't go outside, just, or hey, you cool. You have a pretty good show. Can I take over when you're gone? Just shit like that. I'm saying, can I get the code to your YouTube channel? Because you're going to go outside. Now ask me, what did I do? I didn't go outside for a minute. Like, I'm not going out there. That shadowy place. Shit, I jumped out of there so fast. I was like, let me go ahead and film this fucking eclipse. So I'm just saying, what do you think when it comes down to that? And so it is possible that you, like you said, took your children and said, y'all not going to school today. I don't know why. Because whatever's happening is happening. I'm not, and just continue to go. So I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm not gonna let people. I mean, you're not crazy, right? No.
What did cosmostrology say? Isn't cosmostrology? What's his name? What? Isn't that who you had on your show?
Mm-mm.
Oh no.
You sure? But cosmostrology says that Jupiter and Uranus conjunction. It's going to be wild. So we got another shit coming. When is that going to happen?
But I'm saying, see what I'm saying? See, you think it is sweet. You think everything is all good because you made it through the solar eclipse. We all.
Okay. Okay. I made it through the solar eclipse. I made it through. Okay. I get what you're saying. All right. So let me back up for a minute. Let's make sure you're not going to leave the world behind alone. Who else did not go outside during the eclipse because you thought you were going to turn into butter or something?
I didn't say that.
Well, I'm just exaggerating. I mean, melt, fall down, blow up. It could have been all kind of stuff because I got jabbed 3 times, so I'm full of it, right? You know what I'm saying? I got more than normal shit in me. But who else? I just want to see in the chat who did not go outside because of the eclipse that day. Because you felt, or you thought, or you were sure that it was it. All right, see, I think you're standing by yourself right now.
Yeah, because I remember the day you went on, a lot of people said they went outside. So I probably did stand alone. Look. What? Hold on.
Somebody said they was outside for a while. Becky said, I can use, let me put her, she said, let me put her on the chat. She said, I can use some extra wisdom, love, hug, and much more. Not trying to be, woo, it's me. I'm very spiritual and believe in good things on the other side. The shift of consciousness of reality for all. Speaking of that, there was somebody who posted, did they post a chat to ask something about, I guess I didn't put it, but they asked me because I was talking about the eclipse. So let me ask you this is what they said. Many things we are going through are right in the Bible. So are you a non-believer? They're talking about me. And then somebody else came in and posted on it and said, oh, you means the novel written by a human? Yeah, all of it's garbage before I can say anything. So there you go with your spiritual connotations to everything.
Yeah. Let's start you on not many things we are going through.
This man said butter. Turn into butter. Yes, I did.
You said yes, you did.
I said that. I said turn into butter. I mean, you know, I'm just saying. I would have turned into sugar because I'm diabetic. So, you know what I'm saying? I would have turned into sugar. And, oh, so let me play this last clip, news clip. I know we got out of that story, but it's the last one, I think. And it says a little different story. Y'all want to hear it? We don't have to play it, but what do y'all think?
Oh, let's play it. Yes, let's do it.
Let's go.
Jalen Cheney's mother sent us these pictures of her 29-year-old son, uniformed and smiling. It's the way she wants the world to remember him. Neighbors found the U.S. Air Force veteran's body Monday morning after seeing blood in the hallway and elevator of their Woodland Hills apartment complex.
Called 911. I said, you know, something bad has happened here, and they connected me with an EMT.
Richard Berglund says his daughter heard screaming coming from the unit next door just before 4 a.m. Monday. Other neighbors told us they also heard an enraged woman yelling. Police suspect Cheney's girlfriend, Danielle Johnson, stabbed him during the argument and then fled with her 2 daughters in her SUV, crashing through the apartment's garage gate. A short time later, in a horrifying moment, investigators say she did the unimaginable to her children, a 9-year-old and an 8-month-old, on the 405 freeway.
And as the mother began to slow, she then opened the passenger door herself and then pushed the 9-year-old girl and infant out of the vehicle.
Police say the little girl was holding her baby sister, and when she fell, she dropped the 8-month-old, who was then hit and killed by oncoming traffic as their 34-year-old mother sped away. Residents who knew the family are gutted.
That breaks my heart, you know, that the little one lost the life that way.
Johnson ended up in Redondo Beach, where at about 5 a.m. Monday, police say she was flying at more than 100 miles per hour when she hit a tree and was killed. Police are investigating if it was intentional. Her 9-year-old is the sole survivor and the only witness to what happened. Investigators say she told medical staff what she saw. She is expected to survive. Neighbors are already praying for her.
My heart is with that little girl, and I hope to God she's got family someplace that is taking care of her.
First of all, body electric stuff. I'm talking about Monica. So no one helped them. They just listened. You telling me you would have ran over there, knocked on the fucking door, and be like, "What y'all doing? Y'all stop that!" And you heard the grown man over there screaming, getting his ass kicked, or whatever.
That's what. So tell me, what do you? How do you feel about him screaming and doing all that? What do you think?
I think that, be honest with you, I think he woke up, saw his, now stories they married, not married. So we're gonna say he saw his baby mama. If that was his kids, we don't know. Standing over him, and it wasn't because she was getting ready to give him morning glory. And she probably stabbed him, and that either woke him up or shocked him. And he's like, "Oh, baby, shit. Stop it, honey." You know, now at this point, I will promise you my, skills of survival would have took over, and I would have hit her ass in the throat really quick. But obviously the love that he had, he was trying, I would assume that he's saying, "Baby, why are you doing this? Stop. And she kept doing it until it became fatal. That's the pissed off part, because this dude is a military trained dude, right? And then of course she takes the kids and go. And then as you saw, she ran through the apartment gate, jumped out of there and left, and then of course do the kids out. So, now I don't know what I'm assuming when she let the kids out the car, I don't think that she knew they was going to get hit by, because if she slowed down and pushed them out, then she's, but in the middle of the freeway, then that's something crazy to drive off. And she had to have seen the other one get hit, because it happened when as soon as she fell out the car.
Right.
So at this point, yeah.
I was thinking, I'm like, so she was able to push the two kids out of.
She opened the door. What they saying? The police said, the 9-year-old said she leaned over, opened her door, and pushed them both out the car because the little one was holding the kid, her sister. And when she fell out, she dropped her sister, apparently at this point, and then a mom drives off, and another car is already coming and runs over her sister.
So what I'm wondering, who's the people that were on the road? Like and I guess they wouldn't speak. Because when did this happen again? This happened
It happened about 4:30 in the morning on the night of the eclipse.
So we ain't heard nothing from the people on the road.
Yeah, that was right there. The last one just said it. The last one said the guy said he was behind her. He said he saw. Oh no, that was the detective. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Where's the people? The people that were on the highway and they witnessed this stuff.
It would only been the one who hit the kid behind her, because everybody else probably didn't see what happened except for some. And they probably, because when I looked at other reports, they were saying that they were all getting because it happened in 3 little jurisdictions, and they all was getting phone calls that there was 2 kids on the freeway, but nobody said that one of them had been hit. And then the officer, because I was watching other reports, and the other one said that they knew somebody had got killed, and then they knew that somebody was on the move, until they finally start putting 2 to 3 together, because they was getting ready to do an Amber Alert, he said, for the children, when they got feedback that, wait a minute, this is possibly a connection to it all. So, and like I said, and here's the challenge of this, and we can kind of go into this direction. What do you do? I mean, some of y'all, like, Summer and a lot of y'all are very intuitive. Y'all are into this thing deep, and y'all got relationships with people. Do the people that are with you, or any of y'all, think you may be batshit crazy, or maybe a couple of screws loose, at this point? Now, obviously, she seemed to appear to be a beautiful lady, and I'm not saying that counts. If she was ugly, you wouldn't, go down that road with her. But I'm just sure that they had conversations every day about the stars, the moon, the sun, and he had to have been following along with this and everything else. And at what point did she have a conversation and say, hey, babe, the end is near, and I'm going to take us out? You get what I'm saying?
And this is what I say, because Loden, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, said, get the fuck out and help. And that's what I'm saying. That's why this whole story is crazy to me, because I'm just.
Girl from the Bay want to know if this is a rerun. It is a rerun. It's not live, because see, this is a conspiracy. It looks like I'm talking live to you, but I'm really not talking live. But if you think it's live, you should be suspicious, because something is fucking wrong, because he's live. See, that's a conspiracy, right? Isn't that a conspiracy? Didn't we say that?
Yeah.
All right. So what?
But you asked a specific question to the people and the connected people.
Yeah. Well, Summer said not in that way. In other words, Damon said his husband think he's a little fucking nuts. I mean, I can imagine. You know what I'm saying? He's funny.
Yeah.
So what about you? You've been out there and your family and friends, and when you talk about this shit, do they ever think you crazy, borderline?
It seems like they trying to fall in line now. People, that's why I'm saying I see the shift, because I started off initially the very first time I spoke on your show, and I said people, they're scared, they hear me, but they breeze over it. And now all of a sudden, people are waking up to something else. You know, they can see or feel the shift. Something else is happening. So people are becoming aware of something going down. And I don't know if that's the solar eclipse is to blame, but something's happening.
All right. Girlfriend of Bay said this lady was about to kill her family and use the eclipse as an excuse. We need to hear about that. Body Electric says you have to have discernment in the spiritual world. You have to be serious of the responsibility. And some people are not equipped to live with their spiritualness
Yeah.
at high strangeness. I mean, all right, I don't, what spiritualness? What do y'all mean when y'all say they're not equipped to live with that? They're what? They're crazy? Or are they hearing voices and true voices or anything from there? So, you know, I think once again, if we then focus on what has happened to this woman, what she did, but the point of the matter is she's a social leader and she's done Reiki. She's done tapped into all of these things. And I'm saying maybe now we now know that there's a possibility that the spirit world could have invaded this person and said, "Oh, well, fuck, what you doing here?" You know, like that Ouija board shit. And now I'm gonna tell you to do it. And I'm not saying I don't think that I can't say it for any of us. First of all, let me back up for a minute. Have you ever heard voices?
Oh,
You shit. I don't even know if you crazy or not. Have you? I mean, have you ever heard voices?
no, I haven't heard any voices.
Okay. Anybody in the chat? Have any of y'all heard voices, like literally, like telling you fry some chicken? I'm just using for example, but some voices. Loudon said, "Yeah, Loudon said he heard voices." I'm assuming. Northern said, "Not yet."
I like that.
Just because I said yes. See, I'll, you know, it's kind of like that dumb shit when a man walk up to a woman and say, "God told me you were my wife." Where you hear that shit from? He
Well,
said, "Not no literary voices."
that's why I'm like, what do you mean by voices? You mean like people telling you
Voice is a voice. It just like Becky just said, no, only positive messages.
Right.
Okay, so that doesn't mean you just heard positive messages, but what happens if a negative message get through? Or, you know, we all kind of hear I forgot how it works, but I was studying this about how we can use the power of real-time thought. In other words, you can think something. I forget. I won't even get into it deep until I can remember how it would go. But Jesse said, "I hear your voice." Someone said, "No voice is just white noise, brain waves." Do you mean? Yeah. And there we go. So I think everybody hear voices. We all hear our thoughts. We hear ourselves. And sometimes you can have a conversation with yourself without moving your fucking lips. And what do you say to that? How do you know what you're hearing is true, even if it's you talking to you?
That's true. That's true. But
How many times have you yourself told you that dude ain't right? Oh, what? And your lips ain't moving. You know what I'm saying?
that's different. Like that.
It's a voice.
When you say hear voices, normally that's referring to like a mental illness when you say it, when you ask a question like that.
But that's only because it was negative that you saying it's mental. If it's positive, the voice says, "Go out there and become the next Beyonce." You thinking, "Oh, I was told that was a positive voice." The other one said, "Go out there and take your drawers off." Then was it negative? It's the same voice.
Oh, no, that's not somebody giving you a voice, giving you spiritual guidance in a sense is a little bit different than you hearing some evil voice telling you to do something you're not supposed to do. So it's different. Like you hearing your higher self, like the voice of your higher self. That's different than somebody telling you to go do something evil, like commit some sort of crime or something like that. It's not going to be the same.
Damon said, "You know, bro, She don't wear drawers. Oh, well, we don't know that. Remember y'all talking about she could be a man or a woman. Maybe she could wear whatever. I don't know. Who cares? But I'm saying, and let me stop for a minute. Listen, who's gonna support? We need 8 more customers. Y'all got to remember what's happening with the company Live Peer and supporting. The link is in the description. But just like these people, I'm going to the post office in the morning. Girl from the bay, she's getting some stuff. Some people getting some samples. Some people who got the pole dance for Selena, which the film is in here. So you're gonna get your coffee and then Selena got the one that I wrote a personal note is in here. And we have other stuff, and I got some left. Damon them got theirs shipped out. The company shipped out really fast. But anyway, I got some still here at the office. And once again, nobody's donated to the show anyway. So I'm just trying to give you something back to donate to the show. Y'all can, understand that this is a community funded television here, or, and not television. We don't lie here. But the whole point I'm saying is that, so anyway, the Cash App is at the bottom. I'm gonna make sure the banner is going across the bottom, or you can PayPal and Cash App, or even at the top. And just a couple of them, just so 2 people who want to bless this show right now, or if you go online and at the bottom, there's a link in the description of the video you can buy. But I'm just trying to send out the stuff that I have too. Huh?
Yeah, I said get your coffee. I hope I had mine before Friday, because
You're gonna have it for Friday, yeah.
Partying on Friday nights, I need my damn coffee.
Hell yeah! So I'm gonna put that motherfucker going to the post office in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going in the morning, and so y'all can do whatever from there. How much is the coffee again? It is 30. It's 30, like $35, and that includes the shipping. That I'll ship it. But don't do it through YouTube. Don't y'all do it as a super chat, and then I don't even see that for. Even though I appreciate it, but I won't see it for another month. But Cash App will hit immediately. And she said, I'll use my credit card and pay for it later. Credit. You can use PayPal, you can use credit cards. Y'all can, there's a link down at the bottom. But yeah, so yeah, what I'm trying to accomplish is that I already have a meeting set up for Project Black for people to speak, and we could do our first webinar. And I have to get the systems, the website together, and also I'm gonna do an honorary to the speakers. And so, but definitely I want to solidify everything for us. And I just felt that I know a lot of you support the show financially a lot. But now if you decide to, maybe you drink coffee and maybe you don't, maybe you can go and see other stuff. They got the magic, which I'm taking. And I've lost a few pounds. I'm documenting it right now, and I'll continue to show y'all the proof and everything as well. And so hopefully that you all decide to do this. If not, then I'm gonna always do the running, and it's not a joke. My Cash App is not working. Somebody needs to test it.
Somebody test it out, y'all.
Test that really test it though. Make it sing. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, make it seen and everything. It's the 15th. I already know. The day's supposed to be the day. Today is the day. Today is the day that everybody could, if everybody gave $5, we would have had the best day we've ever had. If 100 people did that, which is highly not happening, but yeah, today is the day.
What's not happening?
Somebody make it seen. Yes, make it seen so we can give a shout out to everyone else. But don't worry, I'm working on it. I'm working on not to be in this place to be saying, hey, we're codependent on everyone from there. But no, it's not. I think my phone's working though. It could be a conspiracy.
We speak it into existence. We speak it into existence.
I'm gonna speak it into existence. Somebody's gonna send me $50.
Yes.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna speak it into, and then somebody else is gonna send $50 too. That makes $100. I'm gonna speak it in. Look, I'm putting it out right now to touch your look. This is how the preacher would do it though.
Let's do it.
They put the hand out and say, "Well, I hope the spirit is the spirit is." I can't even do it because I can't fake it. But the whole point is, I hope the spirit reaches your heart
Yes.
to find value
Mm-hmm.
in keeping the lights on
That's it.
here, the internet functioning,
Hmm.
the whatever it takes. If you find value, see, I can't keep using the word value because I hope something was said along the way tonight that reaches someone out there in the place to be. Yes, Lord. Yeah, there we go. Yes, Lord. Yeah. Your phone got soul affairs.
Yes. Heaven, yes.
Why you say hell yeah and heavenly, y'all?
I
I'm
get
actually here.
my typing in the chat mixed up with me speaking. So when I shout y'all out, I say at the person instead of just shouting y'all out. So excuse me, I'm doing too much at one time.
Okay, so Becky's World says I'm getting some as soon as possible next week, perhaps. I'm definitely going to support your channel in Project Black. With that being said, let me show my little commercial. Here's the seal of Project Black so y'all know. It's got a story behind it that I will share internally with all of you soon. The Egyptian colors, the extraterrestrials. He's not a gray alien, he's brown, and he has a third eye.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole goal is to start the conversation. And now we got people willing to speak on it. We have stuff that we're going to do. I feel compelled that it's time that I got to be really aggressive and now go ahead and get things out to show everyone. And I want to thank no one for supporting the show at this point. No one is probably the best friend I ever had. They never do shit. Yeah, and no one is pretty cool. But anyway, let me play my my little commercial, and then I'll go into some Project Black stuff right about now. So let me find my commercial. Here we go.
Project Black family, this is Roderick, and the first thing I want to start with, your eyes is useless when your mind is blind. Now we know the truth is not found in mainstream energy drinks.
High amount of added sugar is significantly associated with 45 negative health effects.
Reducing the amount of added sugar would change the risk factor numbers that put them at risk for future heart disease.
Those are designed to keep us hyped and keep our eyes closed and our minds closed. They're not sharp enough for the work that we do. We deserve resources that are designed for truth seekers, for those who refuse to settle. That's why I partner with Live Here. Their coffee is different. And stamina to keep you going, chasing those leads, whether it's out in the field or in the bedroom. Now here's the deal. Every purchase supports Project Black, the Black League of Alien Contact Knowledge. I'm just looking for 20 of you who want to upgrade your morning routine and to show concrete support for our community. Let's ditch the junk and fuel the fight for the truth, one cup at a time.
There we go. So that is the commercial. There we are. That's the commercial there. She said, "Can we rewind?" Bro, I can't breathe. What, you can't breathe? What do you mean? What happened?
We're blinking a lot.
Where, in the commercial?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Why not? I'm talking. Now, is there some kind of fucking a conspiracy on blinking? Y'all see, look, I'm blinking now. Am I that Martin Lawrence movie, whatever? I'm telling a lie when he blinking? In fact, if you don't blink, you ain't a fucking human.
Oh my God.
You're not a human if you don't blink. All right. So Rainbow Light Warrior, thank you. She tested my Cash App. It's humming. It's not singing. It's humming.
You girl.
It's not like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Somebody make it sing, make it rain in this thing. But anyway, I appreciate it. I really do. So we'll go with that. The Star Wars Zoom was so funny. Okay, y'all talking about my commercial. It's my commercial.
It was
It's a
good.
commercial.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, it was a commercial. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying, and I'll say it again. You know, uh, am I getting the support tonight?
Hell no.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I should. I should. We should be, but if we come back down to the ship, and I'm just gonna go, I'll get a few answers. Do I think the ship running into bridges was a true conspiracy?
Now that's a damn lie.
No, it was not. It was not.
Whatever. All I want to say is this. Good night. All I want to say is this. When the shit hits the fan, don't say nothing to me. We're going to reference this damn video with you talking all this bullshit and blinking your eyes, no, and all this stuff like that. Okay? So let's just remember this.
Does that seem strange to you?
Yeah. We're going to reference all that shit when the shit hit the fan. So let you call it. What is the shit hitting the fan? What does that look like?
I'm saying when stuff really starts unfolding like it is now. And you say, oh no, all these conspiracies and all this stuff, and you believe the ship did this, that. Okay. We will see. That's all we can do.
Listen,
See.
they're saying they like the commercial. The commercial is supposed to inspire you all to take action and get you some non-sugar coffee shit, and get you some good stuff. What is it going to take? It is the 15th of the month, for crying out loud. I already know 1st and 15th supposed to be divine days when you're influencing in YouTubes and contributions. At least I hear it all over the YouTube that it's supposed to be divine days because people get money 1st and 15th. Maybe I'm making it up.
Get this coffee, y'all. Get the coffee.
Okay, I got 2 boxes right now. That's it. 3535, 2 people. Send your address, Cash App, and your telephone number. Who's gonna just 2 boxes? This is it. That's all I'm begging. And you're gonna enjoy this though, and it support Project Black. So yeah, we're gonna have to do some stuff. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Taxes are due. Well, there we go. Taxes is due. That's what she's saying. And pretty much, taxes is due. All right. So, all right. Let me go back over a few things. So at this point now, where are we? Do we believe? Somebody said, "Look, Rod, I ain't stingy. I'm poor. You can judge me. I'm here listening. So when I get my wallet blessed, I will listen."
No, who said
It's
that?
okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's not. I don't expect everyone to give, but when you do, that's fine. And I will say to you that my goal someday is to help my audience, and we will be doing that someday, and pretty much. But I just appreciate you and the kind thoughts. And the most precious thing you have is your time, and being here is works too. But for those of you who are in abundance, though, and you are in abundance, and you can bless, pay it forward blessing and help the collective, then okay, don't buy no coffee. Just donate to the show. How about that? Am I saying that right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They don't have to buy coffee. They can just donate to the show.
Right.
Yeah. So forget the coffee. Donate to the show. You don't drink coffee, whatever excuse that you want. All right. So where are we with this thing then? Let's go with a final version of this before we get out of this story completely. Apocalypse, or eclipse, so to speak, or any of these conspiracies. And before I go any further, what else do you think is happening that you have been watching that you believe we should be prepared for?
I really don't know. I just know that the feeling is something. I'm going off of a feeling. Things seem different to me. So I don't know what to expect. I can only assume but I do believe that we are getting a lot of warnings, and we could either sit back. Now, I do feel we are protected in a sense. I feel like we probably will get something that we will have to deal with. The sea really opened us up to a lot of things, and I feel like that was a test. And I believe that there could be bigger things to come. I don't know what that is, but I do believe that there is something unfolding. And I think that we will start to see more things that are similar to what this whole show is about today. I feel like we will see more of it. So that's really all I can say. I just feel like we all need to protect ourselves in more ways than one, and really get spiritually right, and in all other ways we got to just prepare ourselves mentally as well, so that we can handle what comes our way. And like you always say, no matter what I say, I can have my grill, I can have my fish, I can have my weaponry, I can have all that stuff, but you always say, what are you going to do with those things if we have to be on foot? So I think when you say that, that makes a lot of sense, because that means that you need to get right with self. Once you get right with self, I feel like we'll be strong enough to handle a lot of things that come our way. That's all I can say.
So you're saying that if we were traveling in a pack, and since I'm big for my age, you would leave me behind because I can't keep up?
I never said that. I never said that. I'm gonna try to get you as far as I can get you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I wouldn't do that to you.
Thank you very much. All right. So we now know. So my question would be to myself would be, if there's things, look, somebody, that homeless guy watching, and he gonna talk about this nigga having church, but he ain't paying no tithes. And, you know what I'm saying? And if he did pay some tithes, maybe he won't be homeless, right? That's what the church said. You give and receive. Pay some tithes to the community of high strangers.
You said
You
it was
get what
like,
I'm saying?
if you're homeless, he can't pay.
He's homeless. Don't you know what I'm saying? He needs to believe, if he want not to be homeless, give all he got.
Oh, he got to take his last change that he received from being homeless.
And give it to high strangeness, and then he won't be homeless anymore.
Damn homeless friend. I'm sorry. If you listening, I'm so sorry.
And then I will make sure that the whole community prays for him, will lay hands on him, and that he can feel in comfort that while he's still homeless, he's just going to wait until he get a place. But it's coming, only because he remembered the day he gave to the show.
Wow.
Now, if somebody leaving after to unsubscribe because Roderick's talking bullshit, I'm bullshitting. Okay, humor is humor. Okay, if you homeless, keep your money. Keep your money. Look, somebody else talking about it sounds legit though. Somebody said, there you go. Someone said Tyron from the block is back. All right.
That's it.
They already know he's homeless and everything else. All right. So we'll be here about another 15 minutes, y'all. But okay, do I have to play my commercial again? Because this is not working. I don't get it. This is why. Okay, so let me say it like this. Pork bellies is at an all-time low. Okay. And if we have to no longer live stream because we have to work at night at the warehouses, or going out pimping, or being a superhero, and I can't live stream and keep y'all abreast of what's happening. Who fault is that? Is it mine or us together? Because I have to stay on air to make sure that you are safe and informed about the BS that is happening there. It's my job. I work for you. Is that not enough? Somebody said start asking. How do you do that? Tell us about voting for y'all. Okay, that's fine. You're right. Okay, make sure y'all understand that I was up for an TV award. My bad. Here it is, the Conscious Award in the category of podcast host. These are the people that I've been nominated with, which is Erin is part of Project Black, so she's going to be doing our first webinar with us. The other three I don't know, so give me a vote. But if you do not feel that I'm honored, please vote for her because one of us got to win, and let it be her for sure. And so y'all, you can do that in the down in the chat. Pretty much, there's a link in the description that you can go and vote for both of us. Thank you, Rainbow says she voted for me. Rod, are you doing a call? Which call ins? Yeah, we can do some. All right, so Becky, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a link, Becky, in the description because my podcast unit is out on repair. It'll be back tomorrow. It's been gone all week. That's why y'all haven't seen me use a microphone or do the audio calling. But I can put a link up in the description. You can click it and you can come in up on the screen like me and the moon, like she is. Is that fair enough? Would that work for you? And if so, you can hop in and whatever. So let me put it in the chat. And there we go. All right.
Love, can I say this real quick, Rod?
Yeah.
Love said, I want to vote, but how they gonna spam me later? They won't
spam you. They're not gonna do none of that. It's just a form. All that. It's just a form. But anyway, Becky, there's a link there. So hop on, come on up. And hop on up here with us. It's in the description there. I could pin it. Let me see. So it'll stay up there.
Come on down, girl.
Yeah, come on in and let me see if I can pin this damn thing. There it is right there. Okay, so it's now pinned. So anyway, there it is. Click that link. It'll bring and it'll bring you into where we are. Love said I'm voting now. I hate to say it, but I don't feel informed enough on some of these others. Yeah, I know this is the first time that they have you to vote for everybody. You know, usually you can just go in there and vote for the person and it'll be done. So I don't know why they're doing that, meaning everybody's going to get a vote for something, but just vote for me and then the rest of them, you can just go off the spirit, I guess. All right. So anyway, there is a link up there in the chat. So y'all can, okay. Yeah. So just click the chat, Becky, and then you can come on in. So I'm going to vote for you and skip the rest. If you could, I don't know. I think it should close out. Would it?
You got to go all the way through, unfortunately. So you're going to have to eeny, miny, mo or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, so all right. So here's the deal. I'm gonna have to raise the ante. Anybody buy this coffee, then I'm gonna stick in the coffee some caramel and cream coffee with the black.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'll put a couple of samples in there for you so you can try them both. How about that? So if you get the coffee right now, we got 2 boxes left. $35 Cash App. We want the pole dance. I would love the pole dance, but I just don't think y'all want to really see me. Just, I don't feel value. When I go to the strip club, they throwing money at them. When I go, I don't get nothing.
Wait, what happened? You said what now?
Who? What? Honda? What? You didn't hear it? I'm not replaying that. Yeah, I'm not gonna replay it.
Okay. Fair.
You missed it. You missed it.
I missed it.
You know what I'm saying? Almost like asking what color socks I got. You missed it.
You know he lying. You know he is lying.
Yeah. So Yeah, we all right. So anyway, anybody coming up with us? Anybody want to? I just put the Roger goes to the strip club. No, I don't go to the strip club. The women there are designed to take your fucking money by all means. Yeah, they lie. If you want to hear a woman lie, go to the fucking strip club. They will lie to your ass. The first thing, I'm here to go to college. What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Dang,
Really?
that's so funny you said that because when I first moved to Atlanta or
That is
Georgia,
the first. That is the first lie. Like, I'm here to go to college. All right. So Becky, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Hi.
How are you?
Oh my gosh, better now.
Okay. Well, better now. You mean what? Before the eclipse or after the eclipse?
I think I've been feeling that shift before the eclipse, if that makes any sense.
No, no. We here. We got it. You got to go deeper. What are you talking about? Let's roll.
Well, I mean, like I watch a lot of these videos and stuff like that, and I'm subscribed to a few different channels. So they talk about the big shift that's happening and, consciously, just being more aware and awakened and things like that. I believe that some people are more sensitive than others.
Yeah, I'm
And
with you.
as far as for me, everything will come to me like in dreams. And I think it's just more of just like, kind of just like awakening to your inner power kind of thing and just awakening yourself in the process. Everything comes to me more so in dreams. For the eclipse, I didn't smoke because I like smoke. I didn't smoke all day. I just stayed inside the house.
Now, when you
Something
say
just told me
smoke,
like, don't smoke.
like smoke turkey or smoke food, or when you say you smoke, what are you talking about?
Cigarettes.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So what told you not to smoke and why?
It was
What
just
would
an
have happened if you
energetic
did?
thing. It was just like it's an eclipse. I believe in, as far as like the spiritual reality of like the moon, the stars, the eclipse and stuff like that. Our ancestors would do certain things around that time. So it was just something that was just like, you know what? Let me just take ownership and just embrace some part of this and just stay in and don't smoke any cigarettes. I did that for like a good portion of the whole day until night. I didn't want to do anything during the day, and I just pretty much stayed in.
Almost like a fast, right? Like fasting from.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, kind of like that a little bit. I actually quit smoking, and then I had a loss of my sister. That was like, it's been like 2 years now, and I kind of like relapsed or whatever. So
Sorry to hear that. Condolences to you.
Thank you. She's came to me plenty of times in my dreams, so that's a good thing. I'm waiting for her to come back again.
Yes, I love it.
All right. So, what do you think about the story we talked about today?
So I kind of hopped up on you guys live a little bit later. I don't know what you guys were like going in a full depth about, but I know it's a lot of things like around the eclipse, right? About like people doing all this crazy stuff or just accidents or people getting hurt and whatnot.
Storing fish, buying grills, all kind of shit. Telling friends they don't go outside, they got shot. Yeah.
Rod, to be honest with you, you want me to be honest?
Yeah. Oh, please don't lie like some of these folks do.
No, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think that what is it? Power of suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
If one person says something, everybody thinks that that's supposed to happen. So everybody is just like kind of going, I think there's some great things that have happened. Like there was somebody that like, I think she gave birth at a certain time and had a baby during the eclipse. I thought that was like super dope. But
you mean
like
the lady,
people
the
hurting
girl?
themselves and like get into accidents and things like that. That type of stuff happens every single day, and if you read too much into it, you'll convince yourself that, hey, maybe this actually is really happening, I don't know. Does that make any sense? I don't know. Am I touching on anything right?
Well, no, I mean, I get what you're saying, or they call it the bandwagon effect, and they did a study one time on the beach where they actually, y'all can probably find the video. And so this guy, they sitting around, we're going to show people the bandwagon effect. And so what they did was they sent a guy to go down in the front of the beach and just start dancing crazy. He was just doing this crazy ass dance, and everybody was just looking at him. And he's by himself. He's just doing this crazy shit, like buying food, grills, and fish. He was just like just doing this crazy shit. But then
Yeah.
what? Then they deliberately just waited until one more person got up there with him, and they both started doing this crazy dance. And then all of a sudden, he didn't look as stupid because it was him and somebody else. And then two other people got up, and then by time an hour, hundreds of people was sitting there doing this crazy dance, and they was just doing a social experiment, saying how humans are, how people are, and like you said, is the bandwagon. But like you said, just people. One person say, "Well, you got jabbed, don't go outside," and someone else says it. But see, I knew not to spread this shit. I was like, I'm not gonna go and tell my audience if you got jabbed, don't go out in the eclipse. Warning, warning. Posted on my Twitter and shit like that.
That's very interesting, actually. I think that's kind of cool, though. That's like not bad. I think the world needs to dance and be silly a little bit more often.
Okay, so let's put it like this. How many people did you call the day before the eclipse and tell them don't go outside because their head gonna fall off or something? No. Just be honest. How many friends did you call? Or text? Or text. I'm gonna be a lawyer. How many people did you text?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. You know what? I didn't call anybody to tell anybody to go outside. You know why?
You told them not to go out. I'm saying either or. You warned them about something. What?
Oh, okay. You know what? Matter of fact, I take that back. I told a friend of mine that, because he was like dealing with some stuff or whatever, you know what I mean? He's been dealing with some stuff for quite some time. And I just told him, I was like, well, there's supposed to be a big shift happening, and the solar eclipse is coming up. Maybe you could take some time to just like meditate, or just, take some time to yourself or whatever. But as far as like being outside, like, I don't know. Some of it can be a little hocus pocus, it kind of could be like that. You know what I'm saying?
True story. I had someone, and I hope they're not in here, and I'm not talking about them, but I'm just validating their story. I get a text, and this person said, my daughter said, wow, Mom, you look smaller. And she said that she did a DNA shift in the at the time of the eclipse and lost 10 pounds within a few hours.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now, because I'm trying to get a little finer this summer, do you think I closed my eyes and did a DNA shift to see if I can lose 2 inches? You know what I'm saying? Because did I? You asking me?
Yeah, did you?
Hell no.
Ooh, that's funny.
Selena, what are your thoughts? Well, Selena, I'm gonna let you co-host for a minute. I got to go to the bathroom. So
Sure.
it's your show. It's you and Becky.
So Becky, let me tell you what the story.
Yeah.
The story was that Rod put up.
Bullshit. She lied. She is about to lie. She called and told me she was putting up the fish. I was on my way, but I had to make a U-turn real quick. She was talking about fish. She's packing fish up. I'm like, fish, what if the power go off? You got some stinky ass food. It's all of this stuff. But anyway, I'm out. Go ahead.
What happened?
So this show today was about a young lady who was an influencer. She was a tarot reader. She was a Reiki healer. Had a platform with over 100,000 subscribers. She went out. I'm not sure if you heard of this story, but she went and she killed her husband, and she also pushed her 2 children out of the car.
Oh yeah, I just was listening to that when he showed the clip too.
Yeah, so prior to that, she gave out a lot of warning messages stating that there was an apocalypse taking place and to pick a side and so on and so forth. So that happened on the day of the solar eclipse. And, he just kind of questioned if this had anything to do with a lot of the conspiracy theories that were that were, being presented. So
Mm.
how do you feel? Do you feel like that could have served as an influence?
Just from what you said, as far as her background goes and
Mm-hmm.
whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
it seems like it kind of reminds me of those stories that you hear, on like Snapped or something like that, where they're like,
Yeah.
she was a perfect house mom, take the kids to soccer, everything was great. It does kind of it does make you think, for sure.
Yes.
It's hard to tell because a lot of people that are I feel like the spiritual community,
Yeah.
like, people really don't really get it fully. They think that these people are just like have it all figured out, and it's like, no, they're still human,
Yeah.
like they're still dealing with duality and a whole lot of issues and problems. You have no idea what's going on in their life. They're trying to find that balance.
Mhm.
And oh no, I'll speak at a, like, I'll try to be very brief, and I'll go in this in two ways.
Okay.
As far as like the spirit realm, and then as far as like being logical.
Yeah.
She being logical, she definitely probably was dealing with some emotional stuff, some mental things, and she finally probably just had an outburst.
Yeah.
And as far as the spiritual side, a lot of
Mhm.
people, and before, being like used to being religious,
Mhm.
a long time ago, I would say, I'm not even like, I was never really like that in the first place, to be like, oh yeah, religious people like, oh, that was nothing but the devil, like, oh,
Right.
she had a demon, whatever,
Mhm.
I think it was probably some mental issues, being logical, and it just happened to fall on the day of the eclipse. As
Okay.
far as her talking about things being apocalyptic and things like that, the spiritual side of it all, maybe she just felt that time to, like, it was time for her to take her kids out and to take them out. But that just seems like, oh, it's kind of hard to tell,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
it's like, why would you do something like that? And I believe in, like, what Rod talks about a lot, you have you always have like the good side, and then you have the bad side,
Mhm.
as far as like the whole, alien community and things like
Sure.
that. And I don't know if like a negative alien told her to do that,
It
or something. I don't know.
could be.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who
Yeah.
would tell you to do something like that? Like, that's it's pretty it's
It's
pretty
dark.
hardcore, It just happened to fall on the eclipse, you know what I mean? And then that whole power of suggestion kind of comes in,
Sure.
and hysteria.
Yes, yes. That's why I feel the same way. Like it could just be so many different factors that played a role in that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not one to debunk a lot of things that I hear because I do feel like the solar eclipse serves a purpose. And if
Mm-hmm.
you're in the wrong state, mental state, it could have a negative impact on you. You know what I mean? Including, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
the power of everybody throwing out these ideas, of the solar eclipse. So, I mean, so many different things. Mental illness. Her baby was 8 months old, so that could have played a role in it. With postpartum depression. There's so many.
Yes, yes. I was
That could,
gonna say that too. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
very serious.
But that, I mean, it also could be the solar eclipse serving that purpose, where it heightened whatever she already had going on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you on that, though. I agree. I feel.
Because I feel like it's just like, hey, because it was so much hysteria going on around that time. Like I said before, I was watching, I've been watching Raw for a while now, so I watch all of the little lives and before I
Yeah.
go to bed and everything. Yeah, I watch like a
Cool.
lot of different things, and you know, um, and make my own little discernment as well. And it's like, okay, you know what? What I'm gonna do is this. Let
Mhm.
me either, because if I was gonna be outside, I was gonna go ground myself for
Yeah.
15 minutes in the grass,
Yes.
shoes off. You know what I mean? I'm gonna
Yeah.
go on a full meditation. You know what
That's
I
what.
mean? Might
Yep.
even had did some shrooms, but
Yeah.
I just chose to stay in and not smoke. You know what I mean? I think I
Yeah.
had like a tiny little drag, and when I smoked that day, it's just like my throat, my body, it didn't need it, it didn't want it. I was like, okay, there goes I had like a little, it was like a like a nudge, like you don't need anything today. Like let's just chill for the rest of the day. Let's just stay inside. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep. And that's a good thing. I feel like that's what I tried to do. You know, I kind of was like leaning on the other side, like Rod said. I had a grill. I said, I don't know what's going on. I got food, I got water just in case, because we've been hit like that before. You know what I mean? When he came through, it's like, oh, they're shutting everything down. Nobody's prepared. But the thing is, we won't be prepared, because it wouldn't be something like this. When I think about it, it's like, if something was going to happen, or if it is going to happen, we were too prepared for the solar eclipse. It wouldn't go bad, because they don't want us to be prepared for something. If something is hitting us in a negative way, I don't think they would allow us the preparation for it all. So, you know, that's just too easy for us to be prepared for a solar eclipse, you know? So I think the best thing was to do things like that, meditate, fasted. Some friends of mine, we had a circle of fasting for 3 days. I didn't make the 3 days. I did 24-hour increments of fasting to see if that would help, you know, with the adjustment. Hey.
Y'all don't do that shit when I come. Hey, what y'all feel sorry because he's homeless?
I don't want to look like a groupie, Rod, because I really love you for real.
Give me my fucking flowers.
I really want to big hug. Like, you have no idea. Like, I'm happy like to be on here right now. Like, you have no idea. I've been dealing with.
Let me tell you something. Let me say this to you. I don't know what happened over the time you being here and you got the courage of coming here, because there's a lot of people out there who continues to hide themselves. Whenever I offer people to come forward, show themselves, be on camera, and all this, and the bullshit just continues all the time. And we're in a conspiracy that, at least if I'm going to say some shit, you're going to hear me say it. You're going to see me say it, right? And, you know, but, you know, I turn my camera off, and let me see if I stop it and see what happens here. Okay, now my camera's off, and I'm going to tell y'all right now, watch them black crows, because they be shitting and they flying. And if you see a black crow tomorrow, like everybody will now, right? Go the other way, because if you underneath it, it's going to hit you with bird shit. You know what I'm saying? And so that's how you spread a conspiracy. That's how you spread a conspiracy. And the bird shit has something in it. It's gonna get in your brain and mind control. And all you're gonna think the whole day is you've been shitted on. That's all. That's what's gonna happen with the mind control. Yeah.
You know the channel Jason A on YouTube?
Yeah, I think I've seen it.
I like to watch his videos. You know, I don't have nothing like, I'm not trying to be that person, but like whenever you watch it, immediately you go into a frenzy. It's just a mental frenzy. It takes you, it kind of puts you into that like a state of fear. You know what I mean? And you start to like, you look forward to like the end kind of thing, you know?
Oh shit. So
it's a lot of stuff. He's got good information, but it's a lot of, it can be a lot of propaganda.
It can be emotional. It could be, yeah, there you go. I get it. Don't get me wrong. There have been times that I've talked to our team and we've done meetings, and I'll be like, you know what, should I change the content to more of a conspiratorial style? Will people be more attracted to it, like Alex Jones and some shit? But yeah. So you got a cold?
No, I have allergies.
Oh, I thought it was the nose ring. You know, she got one too. Yeah, all these women with nose rings.
I can't tell. Oh, yes, you do. I've got a little picture. Yeah, mine's actually on this side. It's like showing on the other side.
She actually have a nose. I saw it once. Tyron, what's going on with you, my brother?
Hey, you know, I was watching, you know, and this was a great show.
Y'all get ready for the bullshit. Get ready for the bullshit.
No, you know why? You know why? That's what tonight is about. It's about ending the bullshit. And I'm watching. I come on here, try to support all the time. I've given $6 maybe over the last year. And you continue to tell people that I'm homeless, and that's bullshit. So I wanted to come on so people could see my house in the background. This is my house.
It seems like a lot of y'all stay in the same place. Because every time I see Zoom meetings, everybody's at the same fucking house.
Mine
You
was
know
the
what I'm
first picture that was on there. They all got my picture. It's my house.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, you know what? I appreciate the $6, man, because there's more than I can say for some, and like I said, it allowed me to get a couple of candy bars when I was eating sugar. So but I appreciate your help. But the main thing is, where the fuck you were when the eclipse coming? What happened? What was your story?
So I was got together with some family. I wasn't interested. I was like, I don't really care about this. I don't care. It ain't gonna be that interesting. And we were all out there. I just so happened to go over there with them, and when it finally happened and got directly in front of it, it was just like the coolest thing ever. So I was wondering, I had heard some stuff from your show and other places, like something was gonna happen. So I was looking around, I was waiting.
No,
But
you
it was
didn't hear that shit. I didn't spread no rumor that your nuts are gonna fall off if you went outside. I didn't do that shit.
But it was
You didn't hear
cool.
me.
It was really cool. It was a great experience.
Okay. Well, you made it through. Everybody did, and I just want to let everybody know that you can look to the left. If we were at church, touch your neighbor to the left and to the right and say, "I'm alive."
I'm alive.
I'm alive.
I'm alive. And y'all can pretty much do that and pretty much. But all right, so you're homeless and you've given $6. How come? Am I begging when I be sitting out here asking for contributions? Oh, Becky, do I be begging? You watch me enough, so you can be honest.
Me? I
Yeah, I'm
don't know.
saying, do I be begging when I ask for contributions?
No. You're trying to support you're trying to support the cause and what you're trying to do and what you're trying to put out there. And I think it's a really, really good thing. People need to be informed. And I think it's a beautiful thing. So you definitely have my support. I literally just started a new job. So as soon as that come through the next round,
it's okay. I appreciate it. I don't.
You definitely have my support.
My goal is to thank you, Rebel Raider. She says, you are not begging. And my goal is this though, as our views and stuff pick up, if people share, YouTube will fund the channel. And then that's where I'm working toward. We get 50, 100,000 subscribers, views are up. And it takes time for the algorithm to keep sending you to a new person and continue to put the content out. But at some point, it can happen faster, or it's going to inevitably happen. But at some point, once we get there, or this is what I do when I do the sponsor stuff, or you guys can support the company. And hopefully you get value out of people, whether you're drinking coffee, weight loss, or whatever it is, they're just sending a small commission back to us. So for example, with everybody who bought stuff last week, the show is expecting almost $100 in commission. That's good. If that was happening weekly, and I'm talking weekly for you scholars with 2 E's, not WEAK. If that was happening weekly, and continue to grow and people are using and doing this, then lights out, because I would say probably a few hundred a week away from maintaining things without saying, hey, we got to do this and that. So I work diligently behind the scenes to do stuff and other opportunities. So
yeah. Well, I'm trying to be a part of the team too.
Well, hey, hey, we have a team. You let me know. Selena is our up and coming host. We finally we know she's human. We got that facts. We know she got 2 eyes and a nose. And hopefully at some point y'all will know what we all know, and that will be male, female, whatever they're trying to figure out. So. Why are you laughing? You know that's the rumor. She know that's the rumor.
Oh, I'm so crazy. Did you start? You started it, so we'll leave it at that.
I did start that rumor, and pretty much from there. And so, Becky, you have a YouTube channel though, right?
I do. I have like a few videos on there, and that's it. It's not like anything like major or anything like that. I haven't uploaded in like some years on there.
Okay. Why you stop? Why not? Why you stop?
I think just around that time, like I guess just the idea of what I wanted to do or whatever, and the stuff that I wanted to put out, it just never just kind of. If you could do some
twerking.
Wow. Okay.
She
Sorry, I
said
was
if I
reading
do
that
some,
comment.
no, that's cool. She said if I do some twerking, I'm telling you, I was gonna do a pole dance, and I just didn't think it rained enough. I didn't think anybody cared for me pole dance.
I
I
would
would have
pay for
done it.
your pole dance.
Get that flag back there. Get
On the
that. That's on the pole, ain't it?
I need I need a bit. I need a bigger pole for stability. But I'm
You need
saying
to.
I wouldn't do it on or whatever. But yeah, somebody else said my friend twerked for donations to her cash app and raised funds for her friends in a health emergency. Okay, well I'm not gonna fool y'all and say I got that situation, but and not that she did either. But I'm hungry though. I am hungry, so if that's good enough to do it, well, how about this? Starting with you, Tyra, and then we'll go to Becky, and then we'll go me and the moon. Each one of y'all tell them why they should donate and how much. So I'll see what y'all think about me.
Well, as you know, Rod, I got a strong church background. I would say just give what's on your heart. But I also say, I'll also say, I think I said this before. If you like the channel, if you like the content, if you like hanging out, we spend money on dumber stuff. You know, McDonald's, other little silly stuff. A few dollars here from a lot of us can go a long way. So that's it.
That's church. All right, Becky, you up.
I'm not trying to be philosophical here, but I will say this. You should support the channel and the cause all together as a whole, collectively, because we are collective, and you're doing the right thing. He puts out really good information, really good content, and we really need to hear this as human beings. We're living in a world right now where, and I'm feeling it the most. I've been on a very spiritual journey. I'm not trying to go on a rant, but I've been on a very spiritual journey, and it's been very lonely. I've been feeling very isolated. Mm-hmm. Everybody's very disconnected because of all this stuff that's going on, all the distortion. So the more you awaken your mind, the more you elevate. We know where we come from, and wisdom is knowledge and is power. And it takes a lot of courage and to do what he's doing. And I think this is such a beautiful thing. It really, really, really is. You know what I mean? And I'm into all of this. So support. It don't hurt. $5 a day from like at least 50 people like goes a long way.
That'll be a dream. That'll be a dream. Now me and the moon,
we gonna speak that into existence. See,
we're gonna speak in existence. Yes, me and the moon, you gotta top both of their ass. I mean, you gotta come with the shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, bring the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, they touched on a little shit. He did a little church. She did a little metaphysics, but you need to bring some reality. And I'm demanding some shit right now. So let's go. Let's roll.
Well,
my nose is running. Ooh-wee.
If you know Roderick, and I feel like we all do in a sense, because we all are tapping in, listening. He puts hardcore work into what he does, and I feel like the result is what we see every day. And the one thing that I really love about him is the fact that he's very personal. You're not going to get a lot of people that you follow on the YouTube platform that's going to allow you to be in their personal circle in a sense. I feel like he is very engaging. We have fun. We can talk shit, but we can get serious, and he gives it all. And I mean, I've been a follower for a very long time. And the more I get to know him, the more I see how much time he dedicates to this. I even say to him, get your effing ass out and have some fun. You know, take a break from what you do, because he dedicates his every day, moment to this, and he will not. He won't stop. And I feel like we get a chance to experience that shit every single week. And I feel like we do we donate, we spend money on stupid shit, a bag of chips. I mean, I don't know. But I mean, we could all collectively give what we can give each week. When you're tapping into this, we pay for Netflix, we pay for fucking Apple TV, all of that. And if we can do that, and they are taking our coins like nobody's business and nobody is complaining. But he asked for a small donation so that he can give back to us, to give the information that we need. And as we see and we listen to him tell these stories about him being pretty much the only brown person in these circles, getting rejected and all that, we have to be there to support him. So if we want to continue to get this content and continue to see him engage and give us what we need, the information we need, then we have to support. I don't think there's anything wrong with him requesting some support so he can give back to us, because that's what he's going to do with it. He's going to literally take it and give back to us. So, I mean, if you look at it anyway, you can look at it that you're giving to receive, because you're going to give to him and you're going to receive a lot more than what you're getting. I mean, you might give $2, $3, $5, but you're going to get way more than that back. So I think that's important to keep in mind, that what he's doing it for us, to inform us, to keep us informed, because I can honestly say a lot of the information that I received is from him, and he wouldn't even know. I'll tell him like, yeah, I remember when you did a show on this, that, and the third. And he says, what? You were a part of that? Yes, I was. Yes, I was. And I'm dedicated to it. And I feel like we all should be dedicated.
Well, thank you, because you know what? You are. And so here's the deal. And I'm going to give y'all a little honesty, though. But she does say, Rod, you need to go out. She said, you need to go out and get you some ussy. And I'll be like, what? She said, you be letting these people wear you down, blah, blah, blah. Go out there and get you some ussy. And I'll be like, what? Are you kidding me? And I'll call back and say, nah, I didn't want none. I didn't do all that this week. Hold on. Y'all give Miss Earn and Learn a shout out for the $5 and everything else. But don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I'm immune to that stuff, pretty much. But sometimes when you're whatever, I'm not even gonna go there. But that is part of the conversation. You need to get your ass out and don't let these people worry, blah blah blah, and whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that's all right. So it's all good. I just have to say it like that. Make sure I'm sure y'all put the kids to bed already. And pretty much on that. But anyway, I got 2 boxes of coffee right now. It's got cordyceps in it, the mushroom, nature's powerful secret for energy, cognitive function, so that you can get in tap with the aliens. You can open up your mind, they can communicate with you, and then the stamina release so that you could do other things. I'm just putting it out there, but no, I appreciate everybody. I really do. I appreciate those who support, because if it had not been for some mental and financial support from a lot of people, this journey would have been a fucking really rough road. Because once again, when you get the information from different people and their feelings, their thoughts, and what people are dealing with and everything else, and I think it's just one of those things. But I wouldn't be here not to do what I do. And so having said that, we're going to turn our focus back over here to Becky, because she was feeling isolated, and we need to know what can we do to help, because you're part of our family and there's no isolation here.
That's right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I already feel like tremendously better just to actually talk to you on here and everything like that, and everybody else on here. And like-minded individuals. It really does feel good to like have a community, you know, because this is like my church is the community itself, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, just I don't know, just life is just kind of like, I don't know how to really explain it. I know life is life, and you have trials and you have problems, and there's things that you're dealing with, and I understand that that's just something that comes along with life. But it's like a super disconnect.
Mhm.
So when I hear about the whole shift that's going to happen and things like that, it kind of just makes me think like, okay, this feeling and whatever I'm dealing with, what I'm going through right now, I just feel it, and like I just feel it like there's something that's gonna change, something's gonna happen, like because there's no way to. I've never really felt this isolated and like so like lonely. I try to tell people about me awakening to different things, and I'm talking about out-of-body experiences in the spirit realm and extraterrestrials, and I'm a psychopath. I'm crazy, you know? So it's like, it's a lonely place, you know?
Yeah.
And if you have a disconnected family and everybody's even more disconnected, you know what I mean? And it's just like, you know, what did Coldplay say in one of his songs? He said, you tell anybody who listens, but you feel ignored. It's a perfect example.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, don't, you know, and I say this because people underestimate it, but, you know, one of the things I realize in the message that I try to put out is that you're not crazy, right? I've heard it all. People challenge me all the time. I bet you haven't heard this. Really? Come on with it. You know, and I rarely, now I get some strange shit. I'm not going to say that, but I do understand that I believe totally that there are some higher forces at work, period.
Right.
You know, bar none. And I do believe that people are being tested. People are being, you know, abducted, contacted, experienced, and if we think of the mind, if we think of God in the true form, I've always said to myself that we are actually in the mind of God. So if we are in the mind of God, then it's not unreasonable to think that what we are thinking and feeling in our minds can have some type of connection of truth.
Right.
And so people will then begin to think that, you know, maybe what I'm saying today and this, and that was one of the reasons for Project Black, was to, especially in our community, and it doesn't exclude anyone else. And y'all have heard me say this thousands of times, but I like to kind of figure out how to focus in an area that's disproportionately, you know, represented and reported when it comes to that. There's plenty of people teaching us how to ascend or maybe take your consciousness mind to other places. But I think there are still masses of people that are getting left behind who are just dealing with the basic transitions of, is this real? What is happening? Is this, you know, I'm not crazy, but I'm feeling a certain way. I've heard this, or I've seen these dreams, but they keep coming as though they're real. And we leave those people behind because we go with the term, they're not woke yet. But how do you get from being asleep and woke? You have to awaken, right? And we don't give enough people time to awake, to come to a certain level to where they are. And I think that's a travesty. I think it's something that, you know, so when we start talking about the Black League of Alien Contact Knowledge, it encompasses all that stuff, and it will take our minds to be able to explore not just space, not just ultra reality, but inner reality of what's happening, because all of it is somewhere to be connected at some point. Tyron said that he got evicted from his tent.
Oh,
and if y'all,
I was like, where you go?
yeah, he said that the tent, they only let them stay there for a little bit. That's why y'all saw him leaning over. He was in a tent. So he's saying that he's trying to figure something out. He's gonna go down to somebody else's tent or something, and
Okay.
maybe they'll let him
I hope
in.
all is well, for sure.
Yeah, I hope so. 'Cause he's a pretty good guy and stuff, you know. And I think he means well, you know, when he stays out there and stuff. And you know, I've sent him toilet paper and stuff, you know.
Is he really homeless?
Fuck no, that dude's married. That's just how See, let me tell you, listen, it was a psyops.
Don't fall
Okay.
into the rumors.
It really was a psyops. And what happened was he would come into the chat and say some crazy stuff, but he wouldn't come on screen. So I created the homeless story knowing that at some point it was going to tip the scale of ego. And then knowing that he was going to come here to prove a point, and he said it verbatim a while ago. I had to come here because I'm not homeless. And so when you do that, that works. And so like for me and the moon, I was showing somebody else's picture last week, and she was like, "That's not me," and everybody thought it was her and not. And somehow miraculously, she says, "You know what? I'm coming on camera in a few days." Bam! I'm like, fucking psyops, right? So it's just it's just you have to. You got to push buttons because these egotistical folks, they got so much honor and pride to tell you, no, I'm not doing that. I ain't doing it. But then when you hit it from the other side, supposedly, then they turn around. So we now have the blessings that she's going to be on camera. He come up and say, I'm not homeless. Someone else said it's not me wearing bonnets. It's I'm bringing liberation here. And that's what I do. Look, hers froze too. That's what he said happened to him. Yeah. See? Yeah. But y'all click the same link. It'll bring y'all back in though. So it's just one of those deals, and pretty much. So who is going to donate to the show tonight? Someone else said that she wasn't little. Who is that? But she was calling me poor. I don't know who was calling you poor.
Oh, he's talking about the lady from the other day.
They was so dark. I got disconnected.
Oh, you're in the dark too. Your light. See, we need to.
I don't know why it's so dark. I was using my tablet, and my tablet died out, and I have it on the charger, and it still died out.
No, you're all right. You cool. We got other people here. We don't even know if that's them. And her picture.
Oh, okay.
Here
My
he
bad.
is.
Yeah, we don't really know. Roderick pulled out a spiritual game on folks. Laugh out loud. No, I just wanted to inspire these wonderful people that their faces and voices should be heard. And I say that to anyone, for you, Becky, or anyone's listening. And if y'all got something to say and you want to get your voice out here, and if it's in alignment with what we're trying to accomplish, come and say it here. I want you to talk, because I think people need to hear all the different sides and different perspectives the best that we can, but also where is the expression where you can come, like you said, and say, hey, because you're not alone. You're not alone when family members don't believe in what you because it really, you get further and further away from them more than coming up. But and so there's ways to try to communicate with people, but as long as the ideology doesn't match up, but all it's going to take too is one of these events, and so you can imagine the countless of people that was ridiculed that UFOs is fake, aliens don't exist. So the magnitude of disclosure today is redemption for a lot of people. For all the people who was told you crazy, you believe in UFOs. Now the government is saying, yeah, they're here. There's some things we don't know what it is flying around. And I've said it before, not everything flying around is a UFO, some stuff, but anything we don't know what it is unidentified flying object. And not all UFOs are aliens. But however, aliens use UFOs to get around. So it's how we look at those things, and I think it's pretty much. But no, you're welcome anytime to reach out. We are planning, and I think we need to do. And Selena, what do you think about this? I think we need to probably someday put together like a private conference call where people can really privately express, where we have this community of some other kind of way we can bring the community closer. What do you think?
That's actually a good idea. I think we're already extremely close, and which is very it's not weird, but it's just different. You know how we all connect. I think I just feel like we meet every week. I mean, we're family. So I think that would just really bring us a lot closer if we have something like that.
Yeah. Well, we have y'all give shout out to Audible 46 for the super
Ooh.
chat of $10.
Wow.
And Becky, if you, well, of course, I should ask her behind the scenes, but if you uh, send your contact information to contact at What a Big Secret, I'll connect you with Selena, and y'all can
Okay.
talk a little bit. You know, at least you can get some
Yeah.
normality in this. Yeah. So
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Absolutely. I was gonna say, do you have Cash App? Is your Cash App working?
hell no, it's not work. I'm
Oh.
trying to see if it works. I'm
Okay,
trying.
because
You trying to
yeah,
test it or something?
kinda, yeah.
Oh, okay. It is. Let me put my Cash App in the chat there just in case. So.
Okay, because I was like on my Snapchat. I mean, not my Snapchat, my Cash App, and I was trying to like click
Oh
in
shit.
your name, and
Girl,
I
you
didn't
could
see
you
anything.
could you can interrupt anytime. Bring your ass up here anytime. Uh there it is right there on the screen. And Celine, I'm sorry, I should have asked your permission before I do that. But
What?
said I'll connect y'all, you know how it works.
Oh,
Uh
I love that. And I was going to respond to you, Becky, when you said that, you feel alone.
yeah, that was
I
my code word.
A
Yeah.
lot,
I
too much.
I read that the more you elevate, you know, the most high or God, whatever however you refer,
Hmm.
um they s- I read something that said that when you go through that journey of elevation, you are isolated, and you're isolated for a reason. I guess that's to, isolate you from any influence or any negative influence that you could be surrounded by. And I find myself going through that now. And
Hmm.
it happened like right before the eclipse, where all of
Hmm.
a sudden I just couldn't be available to people anymore. Like I almost felt like I was forced to go into like this isolation where, I don't really talk as much. I'm more silent than anything. And
Hmm.
I'm going through like I guess you would call it introspection. Is that a word? That's
Yeah,
where.
a lot of self introspection. Yeah.
Yeah, yes. And
Hmm.
that's what I've been experiencing lately, just reevaluating a lot of things. And I think that's done purposely, so
Hmm.
you can go through that journey of elevation. Because, when you just have so many people around, and if you're empathic and you tend to absorb a lot of people's energy, which I know that's a big thing for me, where
Hmm.
a lot of people call and they lean on me for things, and it can take a lot out of you, and it could take you away from your purpose. It could take you away from you healing, going through the journey of healing and elevating.
Hmm.
And I think it is important. Sometimes it is tough, where you feel kind of like alone, but you're
Hmm.
not, because through that time, I believe that's when you find your tribe. You know what I mean? You find those people that resonate with you the most. And I feel like that's what I've been experiencing lately, where people that I would normally not speak to,
Hmm.
those are people that I speak to more because I resonate with them more. So we have debates, we have conversations, we talk about different things that I really don't talk to with people on a regular, because like you said, you open people up to all these different things, and they don't, sometimes people just can't handle those things if they're not there yet. So it's
Right, right.
those people that resonate with you the most, and you kind of carry that on. So I say this, if you're involved in the chat at all on a regular basis, everybody's
Hmm.
super cool, and everybody is pretty much on the same, so it's like, no, no one's looking at you like you're crazy because you say this, or you kind of share the stories of your experiences. It's just like everybody is like a big family. So
that's really good to hear.
Yeah,
It's
it's
if you guys had caught me earlier, I would have. I was like, that's why my eyes look like how I look right now, like because I was like crying like a lot earlier today. I just really just wanted to hug. That's all I wanted.
I've been doing this a long time. When you said a couple of words, I wrote it right here, and I was gonna let you finish talking, and I'm like, but we cannot ignore what she said, because it is the word that people ignore. And some people ignore it because they be alone. And just because they've been alone, they can handle being alone. Doesn't mean that's the same method for you and anyone else, because some of us are social creatures. And that's how we are made. And there's people that are good at being isolated, and they've figured it out to be by themselves. And I get it. But I don't play that shit. I don't play it, because when I hear it, then I'm like, okay, that's fine. And this is why I do what I do. There's a lot of people got my personal number, and a lot of people call in, and sometimes I've learned to, or they venting or whatever. Before I go any further, Girl from the Bay says she's been on her period for 2 weeks, or have anybody else because of the eclipse. I saw that in the chat, and then Arable 56 wanted to know if you can come up here. The link is up there in the pinned in the chat. If you hit that link, it'll bring you into the show, so you can come in. Any of y'all can come in anytime. But the link is pinned at the chat, and for you, the Cash App is there. And for Girl from the Bay, I cannot even answer the question. That's a Selena and Becky's question, or anybody else.
I can't answer that. That's funny though.
She said, "Is it eclipse related?" Yeah, so I saw that. She says the question was, anybody else been on their period for this month for 2 weeks? And then she said, eclipse related. So I was like, oh, well, I better make sure we have time for that.
No.
Is that true? No?
I haven't.
I have no idea.
Uh-oh.
You the moon, you say you menopause, so you ain't gonna worry about that shit.
You are?
No.
Okay, I was gonna say, I know you is not. From your picture, you do not look like you menopausal.
You don't use that shit for 2 years, so I know they do it. All shit should be broke right about that. Shit. Everything should be broke right about that.
Oh shit. You got jokes for real.
Ain't nothing working. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what she talking about. Wicked assumption is the mother of all fucking. We'll assume a shit working. Yeah. In this case. But it is what it is. But yeah, so you got our email, contact@whythebigsecret though, right?
Is it in the? I can't see it where I'm at right now unless I push on the chat or whatever.
Let me see here.
I have an email too. I don't know if I don't know how to like send it to you. I don't know if I should send it in through the live chat or privately, because I have a Gmail.
You mean the private part here on the thing down there?
Yeah, like it says Mike can chat. Huh?
Yeah, send a private chat, and then both of us she'll be able to see it too. She should be able to see it too.
Let me see.
And Selena, you should be able to click on it and see it too.
Let me see if I can get it. I don't see it.
Yeah, what are you saying? Click on what now?
There's a place where we all can chat among ourselves, that she can send her contact information. We'll be able to see it. It won't come across for everyone else, but if she see it, then it'll be in a private chat area. I'm gonna say hello, and then it should give y'all an alert, so y'all should be able to see it somewhere.
Yeah, no, this one is to chat with everybody in the studio. I guess I just
it'll be everybody in the studio. It won't be everybody in the chats. The studio is us. Me, you, and her. Yeah. In fact, just say hello, and then you'll see what I'm talking about.
So it says chat with everyone in the studio. Is that the one that I need to send it on?
Yeah,
where
that's
you
us.
said hello?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah, I'm gonna send it right now.
Where you see I said hello at, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna send it right now.
And that'll come to the studio only. That's how we talk about people behind their backs and shit.
Okay.
But this is the first time
That
she ever
works.
seen it. This is the first time
You
me
tell
and the moon
so
ever seen it. But
stories. Why are you doing that?
all right. So what's going on, Adi? Is it Adi Rob? How we gonna say that?
Hi,
Audi.
Rob.
Hey, how you
Adi.
doing? How you doing? It's Audi Rob.
Hey.
Welcome.
Howdy,
And first of
Rob.
all right, thank you for the contributions, though. Thank you first.
Yeah, you're
And
welcome.
foremost.
Thank you.
All
You're
right,
welcome.
but go ahead. Go ahead. What you got going on today? What do you think first about what we was talking about earlier? Let's go there first.
Can you kind of refresh me on that subject? Because you went.
Oh, we were talking about the girl that stabbed her husband or boyfriend and kicked the kids out of the car. One of them get killed, and she crashed and
Oh
killed
Lord,
herself. Oh, you didn't hear about all that, did you?
that's too much negative energy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it happened. She said it was because of she was an influencer. She had like a huge audience, 10 times
Oh
bigger than mine,
Lord.
and she was saying that it was the end of the world and the apocalypse for the eclipse, and that's why she took herself out.
Oh my goodness. Now,
Let me hang on a minute. Let me stop this for a
Wait.
minute. Hey, Becky and me and the moon.
Yeah.
Y'all both stop the bullshit. Y'all got to chat. Why y'all passing emails? Just give your number in there. Y'all gonna do it anyway?
Oh, okay.
Oh, why you?
What the hell is that about? Why y'all got to go through the extra step?
Oh, we got this under control.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. That's how y'all do it. Oh my God, I'm sorry.
I'm
I
putting it in right now, so that way you can have it.
No. Y'all email each other and then ask each other's number and all of that lonely stuff that lonely people do.
You're gonna get my number too, though, Rod.
Okay, cool. That's cool. Put it in there.
So I'll
and
still
then,
put it. I'll still put it in here anyway, so that way you can have it. So that way I can contact you for whatever purposes.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, Adi, go ahead. I'm sorry, brother. I just had to call my friends out. Both of my
now
friends.
I was listening to what she was talking about earlier, and somehow she was feeling alone.
Oh, okay.
And she's not the only one. There's some other people that I had talked to that are spiritually connected. Some other coworkers, and they were going through the same way. They're going through the same, having the same feelings of disconnect. But see, I don't know. For me, during the eclipse, I felt like I was called for it. I was kind of like in excitement for it. I got preparation for it. They have already said they was putting out as far as videos, saying that not to be reflecting on anything negative, not to play any music that brought back old memories. You want to think progressive. You don't want to have any kind of chaos. So on the 2 days leading up to the eclipse, I made sure I stayed in a very high frequency.
Yeah.
I stayed in the high frequency. I was in high expectation. I wanted to be as closest to totality as possible. So I have a cousin that lives in Toledo, Ohio. I was able to take a few hours out of work and sneak to Ohio. It's a 45-minute drive. So I went to Ohio, and I got way prepared beforehand. I treated it like a ritual in a way. I had my crystals with me. I went out in his front lawn. I let him, hey, cuz, whatever I'm doing out here, just don't pay no attention to me. You know me. This is what I'm into now. He said, cuz, just have at it, do what you do. He got his lawn chair and he sat over to the side, and I sat in our lawn chairs. As the eclipse started, I made sure I got grounded. I took my shoes off, I took my socks off, and I let my feet just roll them off through the grass as I just sat there. And as I was just sitting there and my feet was just going through the grass, I would feel these sensations just run up through my legs. And I'm like, wait a minute, what am I feeling here? I'm just feeling like this is the energy that I'm feeling here. So I just stepped back. And as I was getting closer to totality, and I was in the lawn chair and I was still feeling the sensations come up through my feet, I decided I wanted to feel it all the way. So I laid back. I laid back on the ground. We moved the chair, laid back on the ground, and still kept my legs bent so my feet were facing the ground. And just laid back on the ground with the camera, because I had a special lens on my camera so I could feel the eclipse right there at totality. And at the point of totality, I had the camera up and my hands were shaking. My whole body was just vibrating. And I was like, whoa, I couldn't even keep the camera still. So I know I felt something. I don't know. After this whole thing was over with, I was so energized and so I was ready just to go and take on the world. I don't know. I got a download for something. I don't know what it's for. Maybe my spirit guys could tell me later on what it's for. But I was pretty much excited about it. And lately, I just been manifesting. Just got into manifesting right before all this happened. So now they're saying that there's another upgrade coming on the 21st of this month of a transformation that's coming. That's what my guides are telling me now. So I've gotten this from 2 different mediums already. So I'm in expectation of that already. This is deep. This is deep.
That's very deep.
I've been on a trip. Rod knows. Rod, this all started back when I sent you that video that you still didn't let me know what you found out about that video that I had on that trip to the UFO when I flew to Atlanta. Remember that UFO I sent you?
Yep.
Yeah. Ever
I
since
looked
that
at it.
UFO. Yeah, I've been researching ever since then. Hey, brother, I was a deacon in church. I was a deacon in the Church of God in Christ. And when I got that video and I found out that video was actually, it was verified when I sent it out to the other different authorities and stuff, they say it was verified. So what do you mean verified? It was seen by more than just me within a 3 to 5 mile radius.
Wow.
Come on now.
Yeah.
So then I was leaving the church. I kind of like, pastor wants to know what's this UFO got to do with the Bible? What's the UFO got to do with the Bible?
You went right down the rabbit hole.
Hey, well, I said it has a whole lot to do with the Bible because now you have to go all the way back and look at the creation story because with my research, these UFOs have always been here since the beginning of time.
Oh yeah.
So now they've been here since the beginning of time. We have to go back to that creation story, buddy.
Right.
They don't want to talk about that though.
Man, they don't even talk. They still don't want to talk about what happened to Jesus between the ages of 13 to 33. That's the whole key right there. I'm riding on what Jesus said. Then I'm riding on it with on superpower when he said these things that I do, you can do also. Oh,
right. That part.
I'm riding on that.
So tell us.
I'm riding on that. All that oh yeah.
So true.
I'm riding on that.
So true.
Yep. Because he said that. Yeah. Because when I gave the guys my name when I first got into this, they said I came to this planet to be a healer.
Oh, good.
And I've always had that resonating within my spirit. I've always wanted to help people. Always wanted to help people. No matter where. I've always had that love that came from. My mom was like, "What you doing going on the other side of them tracks?" So I say, "Well, there's diamonds on them side of tracks too." There's gold over there too. And I ain't just over here with us. So I went to the other side too. Hey, I was the black sheep. But hey, I learned through all my experiences that hey, one day I got a book coming out with all these experiences. I've already got one coming out right now called Back in the Dance. It's a whole different story. But,
nice.
But this coming of myself, of learning the true self. They never told us, Rod, that the true self, that everybody has a true self. Everybody has a higher self. Everybody has a higher self.
Well, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Which is, I just want to go back to the baseline of that moment from the UFO to church, because you say did you preach sermons too, or you just gonna
No. I just was just a deacon, good friends with the bishop. I went to the last bishop I had. Yeah, he was good friends with him. Went to school with him.
All right. So at this point, how would you go back and especially like when I use the basic scripture of Genesis, let's make man in our image and the likenesses of ourselves. If you now go back and you interpret that, what is that saying to you?
let us make men in our image. I'm looking at it as our image. It's more than just. I'm thinking it's more than just the three that we've been talking about for the
Okay.
longest. I'm thinking of the seven pantheon. Now they say it was the pantheon of seven, and that seven holds true because when I think of seven, you think of the first two, Nia, and then when she brought in her sister to do the first man and the first woman, and then when they got those right, they brought in the other five women whose names will be remembered throughout all of time. And that's when I believe they created seven more Adams, seven more Eves, seven more Adams, seven more Eves, because you can't get 8.5 billion people on the planet with just two.
Right.
Well, yeah, I said that. We damn sure didn't come from Adam and Eve. Not all of us.
Right.
Not with the fact that if a couple of us was put on an island and start making babies, by the time that second generation, their heads and arms are going to be falling off, or 16
Right.
and but yet we teach that it's in the church. So like my mom said, it was the Trinity, the Spirit, the Father, the Holy Son, Father, and the Holy Ghost. But and it also challenged the question when people be asking me, Roderick, hey man, what the aliens look like, man? How you seen one? And I go, what if we look like them and you're looking right at one?
Hey, hey, they said,
know?
When you look at someone else, it's a reflection of yourself. As they're saying, do not judge. And I've learned that too. So that's something that's very interesting, because when you apply that concept and you really go at it with love, and you catch yourself, you say, you see that person right there, because I've always been an observant person. I'll sit back on the bench and I'll just observe people as they walk by, and I can kind of like tell what kind of day that they're having just by the expression on their face, or maybe just the tone of their voice. I would pick up. So now this stuff is starting to come to me like almost knowingly now. It's really knowingly. It's knowing. I'm in a knowingly now, because last time when I first talked to you back then, Roderick, I was in the midst of going through a divorce.
Sorry to hear that.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, hey, I wasn't sorry, because I noticed that when I learned about vibration, frequency, and energy, that I had been dwelling in a negative atmosphere all that time and not knowing it. And how that it was affecting me mentally and physically. So now that I'm free from that, I'm feeling a whole lot better. The weight's coming back. The freedom of thinking and not having to hear a whole lot of criticism. That's a whole different story. But yes, to have that freedom it's a lot. It's a lot. But yeah, going on what you saying with that, Roderick. You talking about pantheons? Yeah. As far as them being made in likeness of image, I would think it'd be more than just the three. That's what I would go on.
Okay.
Definitely.
Some people wanted to know what is the story, what happened to Jesus between the ages of 13 and 30.
Oh,
reference that.
Between the ages of 13 and 30. Well, see, I learned about his great uncle Joseph, which was Mary's first uncle, and that would make him his great uncle. He traveled with that uncle. That uncle was well known with the Pharisees throughout the land, because he traveled. He knew the trade route through Pakistan and through the mountains, through all the different routes. So he was well renowned. So Jesus traveled with him. Now, of course, we got back to at the age of 13, there was also the notion of him getting ready to leave at age 13, because, they usually have arranged marriages at that time. The reason why he left, there's other reasons at that point in time, but at that time he left, and he was believed that he was traveling with his uncle to Egypt, where he studied under the ancient mystery schools. So he learned the knowledge from the ancient mystery schools, and later on went to India and Tibet and learned the mantras of healing and doing miracles up in the mountains with those shamans, which they are doing to this day, still on the eastern side of this world, but you'll never see it televised over here.
No.
They don't want y'all to wake up because y'all put 2 and 2 together and then the bars be all up. But anyway, yep, they're doing that to this day over there. It's crazy. And it's really amazing how 2 sides of the world can remain separate like that and not know, because there's some more history about Jesus up in India that they really don't want to let out. That'll just it'll turn your grandmamas and your grandpapas over in their grave when they find that out.
People are so enslaved to the indoctrination that's happened over the years.
My God, it's deep. You're right.
It's even if you came out and even if like Roderick talked about before in one of his last segments about disclosure, he's like, "Are you guys really ready for disclosure? Can you really handle it?"
Right? Can you handle it?
It's a small percentage. The other people still wouldn't even believe. They wouldn't.
They would not believe it.
Chaotic. It would be crazy for some of the world, I think.
You're right.
Well,
You're right.
and they know that. They know that. That's why we have a soft release right now. And
AI.
And to be honest with you all, it is the main driving force behind Project Black, because me and the Moon, she'll tell you, one of my conversations all the time is I feel that our community will be hit the hardest mentally because we're just not prepared to hear anything else outside of what we've been taught. And also by clouding that thought, we're also getting parents not passing down the new logic to the children who are not becoming tomorrow's rocket builders and space dwellers and all that, because they don't think it's nothing else up there. And yet civilization is moving to space. They're building hotels up there. They're going to be building.
They already up there, right?
Yeah,
they already up there.
but we're not. But we're not involved. We don't.
No,
have
we're not involved.
Taking the game. Yeah. So Yeah, I think it's crazy. Yeah.
They're already up there. They already went and investigated. You know, they've had reverse engineered craft for the longest now. So they'll take the reverse engineered craft. They've already got the ET treaty with them. They've learned how to work the wormhole through the ET help. So now they can go through the wormhole. So they went out and looked at these other planets already, just secretly themselves. They've done this already. It just resonated with me, and when I had a vision of it, it just seemed that I could just see them. They're out there already. They're already out there. They're investigating out there already. The secret powers that be are already out there already. They're already
out there. In movies too. So you got that predictive programming already in front of your eyes.
Don't
they
you
just mask
see?
it as entertainment.
Man.
And everybody's just so docile, like, oh.
A new movie. Oh, a new movie.
Oh, that was corny.
A new
They're talking
program.
about wormholes and stuff like that. They don't even believe in that type of stuff.
They put it in your face because they have to do it.
So yeah.
In order for it to exist in the way that they want it to exist, they have to portray it in a way that we'll see it, but they want us to see it as science fiction or something that it's this far. It's just something that just can't happen. But little do we know that it already happened and we're doing it now.
For sure.
So yeah, that whole thing. I'm so awake sometimes it's hard for me to sleep.
Right. Period.
It's like because I catch everything. It's like I just trying to turn off so I can just stop catching everything, because I catch everything and I'm like, y'all see that?
Well, I tell you what, there's one person out here who ain't so awake that they can't sleep. They can sleep. If anything go down, you don't get that damn sleep. But, you know what? I just think it's just to have like both of you here with us tonight and just knowing the connection is everybody's dealing with their stories within themselves,
Right.
and so that gives me even more, because my goal in Dallas is to have the first live event. I wanted a live event where people can come and touch and hug each other and really get emotional on what we are. And it's always been a challenge, number one, trying to orchestrate it. But finally, something just told me to get off and just start somewhere and continue, because, it's there and it's needed. But, I still think it starts with religion at some point, especially, and then it starts with, but this thing is huge though. I mean, we can go all kinds, like a spider web, whether it's consciousness, whether it's this, whether it's that, whether it's aliens, demons, angels. And I think pretty soon we need to come up with a whole new term. I think it's just something bigger. And that girl from the Bay, I'm looking at the chat. She says she have sleep apnea. No, I got sleep apnea, but but I get my sleep. So I wake up every day when I finish sleeping. That's one job I'm going to complete.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do pretty good with sleep. I can go on like 4 or 5 hours. I'm good. I keep it moving. But
I woke up this morning, it was like 9 something, and I looked at the clock. I said, I ain't finished. Put that bitch back down and went back to sleep. But that's a job that I do. But,
Hey, well, I'm gonna come and help you on this big job. Give me about 2 or 3 more months. I'm ready to start a podcast because I've been filming. So,
well, you should. I think I tell everybody. There was a time that I was trying to do YouTube courses, and nobody bought them. And then I was like, "Fuck it, don't tell them nothing." You know what I'm saying?
I got the course when it first started. I got the course when it first started. When they sent you the little cardboard DVD in the mail, they sent you the little DVD back when it first started, and I ain't paid no attention to it.
Yeah, YouTube is a huge. It's not going anywhere. I will, and I'm not going to get into an argument here, but I'm not going to tell y'all how powerful content creation is for the future. I'll get slapped around here
about that.
Yeah, I'll get slapped around here, but like a Tina Turner thing. Beat me, Ike. You know what I'm saying? But I still tell people, I think if you have a message and you can, get it out there, and then at some point monetize your message, because it can get bigger, in everything else. And I've ran across some people who have some great messages, and they try to figure out why it's not getting out, and it's a consistency. You got to stand behind what you say and do. That's one thing in fucking particular I would say to people, and I practice that, but I got to practice even more. Like I sit here now, like, okay, I'm working on some weight loss for real, and 6 months from now, y'all either gonna laugh at my ass or forget, or somebody gonna go play an old video. I thought you were losing some weight, and I have been, and I am, and so I can get more finer and stuff. But I think it's
you are fine.
Man, don't even let that get to you.
You're my little snuggle bear. You always gonna be my snuggle bear, no matter how much weight you lose out here. You know that.
Snuggle bear. All right.
Yeah,
right.
for sure.
It's all good. It's all good.
They said all the big guys get all the love anyway.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Some of these, we don't even get in a relationship on here tonight, but that is a lie. Let me tell you something. It's the biggest lie, because now we have it to give.
Right.
And I do think that, and I said this, I dare, and I'm gonna put this out here right now. I dare the person to really understand who I am, and pretend like it's the Toad and the Prince movie, and kiss this man the right way, and he turned into this king that he already is. But it's because I'm really too much. I really am. And and I'm not saying in a bad way. I'm saying love and understanding once I can get the understanding and understand those things. And I'm preparing for that, because I know what it's going to take on the other side of the journey that's about to happen, and where we're going to get into. It's going to take true love. It really is, and trust and love and all of those things. And so I dare it, because I would have thought, but let me back up. I will say I've met some of the most incredible people in this space. I have with some incredible
Best people.
thought processes and out. And then I've
Right.
met some most disappointed people that supposedly love, not to experience it for me, but I'm saying, but they don't operate in that fashion. They say it, but we still have the human commonalities of all the other stuff. And so now, don't get me wrong. I'm still, and I stand before, people when, I get the phone call, I need you to hook up with my cousin or somebody. And I know my weakness is where I'm at, and I don't want to fight my woman over the big piece of chicken. Right.
Right.
Literally, I don't. I mean, if that is both of our biggest weakness at this moment, then that is a challenge. Because there's things that I will say about. Why don't laugh? Y'all can't laugh. I laugh first. I gotta laugh at myself first. You gotta let me laugh first. Ha ha. But I say this because what I'm learning in this space where we in, when it comes down to UFO, conscious, paranormal, and all of this, and I said wholeheartedly because it happened again. Somebody else meet this girl. She's looking for a God fearing man, and I'm like, I fear God, but not how you think it, not the way
You
that
think
you
it, right.
interpret. Yeah, in fact, you can't explain. This is why you just heard me said I'm a lot. The woman is going to have to be able, when she tell her friends she found this good man, and then they ask the ultimate fucking question, what he do, and she says, well, he talks about ghosts, afterlife, life after death, mermaids, aliens, unicorns, demon spirits. She got. Is she strong enough to explain that shit? You get what I'm saying? And can she withstand her friends saying, what the fuck? Who he does what? In spite of where we're going to be living, we're going to have a nice life, but can she handle the truth of that? You get what I'm saying? And that's where it's going to go for her is not me. It's going to be the people. And if she's strong enough to say, fuck y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't know shit anyway, And
I'm right there with you.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying? And yeah, that's what they're gonna have to do, because that's the world that we're living in now. You better get tight with your inner circle.
Yeah.
And that's when that shit gets stronger and fucking stronger. And that's where it's gonna be.
No, that's actually very true. Very, very true. Not everybody's going to be able to resonate with you,
Right. So that's why I had to leave, because it was a battle of two different gods in the same house. Because she would, I would hear something, that she would, well, God says this, and and I said, well, I told her at the time that God told me to run. She said, no, God didn't tell you to run. Yes, he did. And then when I went to my medium, and she laid the cards out, and everything was on point that she was showing me. And I said, now show me what I came out of, because this person, yes, you want to see something about her. I said, yes. She did them cards, them 4 cards came out. All 4 cards described her to the T.
Dude, you ain't saying nothing but a thing, brother. I don't think I ever told this story. And I'll tell
Go
you.
ahead, Rod.
Before I married to Shewa, and before we got married, I was at I used to I don't know, wherever this company I was working with, but we ended up getting a booth at this place, and next to me was a lady who does tarot reading and everything else. Now, at that time in my life, I was not even down with the program.
Okay.
But I had curiosity. And that at that moment, the She-Wolf was gone. And then she says, she said, I have a feeling I want to share with you something about your relationship. So I was really fucking like nosy, BICTH. You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? She had all the Miss Cleo shit on and all that shit. But something said, go ahead and listen to the chick, right? Mm-hmm. So I sit down, and first thing I said was, how much it's going to cost me? Because I'm thinking I'm finna get swindled. And if I am, at least let me agree to the amount.
Right.
And she says, nothing, brother. This is something I've been feeling. I need to tell you. I've been sitting next to you, your energy for 3 or 4 hours. And I said, okay. She started pulling these cards. And I remember distinctly, she pulled a card that had, I forget, was it some cups? It's something. And we was back to back. She said, see, this woman right here, she was talking about the she-wolf because she had left. She said she's going to challenge you in every other way. She's in this for, this is not going to be a team player with you. And I'm like, you're talking about the woman I'm fucking. You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? The whole overrule the poll. What's you talking about? You right? And so
Okay, all right.
You know what I'm saying? Well, at that time, I'm sold out. I'm sold out at that time, right? So I'm like, the whole overrule the poll. You can't say nothing about that one, And she pulled another card, and she said, "You plan on marrying her?" I'm like, obvious, you know what I'm saying? And then she said, "Well, get a." She said, "Don't get a real diamond ring. Get a fake ring." I'm like, whatever. And I'm telling you, she said it. And then she started calling out all of this other stuff. She says she's this, and this, and that. Wow. And I promised to God as my witness, we were at somewhere else, and she was pressuring me about us going ahead and get married. And she said, everybody think we married, we should get a ring. So we went to this little bazaar thing, and they had these sterling silver ring. It was real cheap. So I bought them. It was real nice. And I was like, okay, we can wear this for now. And we weren't married. We ended up getting married. And I hadn't bought us the diamonds yet. And we were arguing one day, and this mother took the ring off and threw it out the car window while we was driving. And all I can remember what the girl said, the lady said, make sure you get a fake ring. Don't get a real ring. I was like, this can't be happening. And then we started getting into it, and everything this lady said was damn like on the money. And man, I was so terrified. Because a couple of things she said hadn't happened yet. So now I'm sleeping like this. And now when she come in there and trying to put it on me, I'm resisting. Like, nah, it's not, you enjoy it, baby? Nah, it's all right. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm trying to stay out of this thing, right?
Yeah.
And scary. Yeah, I mean, because she was a Tyrannosaurus in the bedroom. That was I would tell you because I would go.
Good thing with no death by temptation. You remember that movie, right?
I'm telling you, I was just at the barbershop. The thing with the girl did my hair, but some other people freaks back, and they all talking about they women and how they not getting in it. But I would have not engaged in those conversations with her because I wouldn't want nobody to tell. I got a unicorn at home. I'm gonna get some. You know what I'm saying? This could be a brick and boom, and I would have amnesia. Forgot I had a little red rocket, and I still get it lift off. And y'all get that later. Well, y'all get that later. But it was like that. But that's not everything, though. You know what I'm saying? So if you were to meet her today, she will say she got a divorce because I wasn't giving her enough sex. So that will be, I'll go with that. I mean, but I do know that when I walk out here and it's a full moon and whoever she with is going through hell, I feel sorry for him.
Oh yeah. That next one gonna catch it.
That motherfucker is in some trouble, and he needs to send up some flares, some whatever, and I probably come to rescue his ass because I know. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like,
Rod, now that you mentioned that, guess who came to rescue me?
Who?
Her ex-brother-in-law. He was married to her younger sister.
See, they know the family shit. See, her whole family was crazy, and nobody told me. See, but everybody else knew. They knew every weekend when I'm sitting out there, somebody should have pulled me to the side, and and that's fucked up. I'm telling you, I hated them all. I was like, y'all could have said something. Somebody could have said something.
You had enough warnings, though, right?
Yeah, I think I had a few. I would just.
Hey, I can't complain. I had all the warnings.
Yeah, I think we all.
I had plenty of warnings. Matter of fact, my buddies told me. They told me, Rob, this other one, she's for you, but this one right here, she ain't for you. And they told me, and they were right.
I mean, we miss it. I love her. At the time, now it's like, and that was a Leo thing. So I was okay. Wait a minute. Anybody else Leos out there? So, but
I was about to say
my dad's a Leo, so that's a good sign.
Shit, let me tell you something. My children's mother was a Leo. All of them was born between August the 2nd, and the 11th. And then a girl I dated was August, another one, and then the she-wolf was August and everything. And I remember before I even met the she-wolf, some girl sat down. She said, "You're going to keep getting these Leos until you learn a lesson." And I was like, "Look." And that, again, I wasn't into all of this astrology and none of that at the time. And here enough, I kept pushing it down. And I promised to God, I met a Leo some weeks ago, and I told her, "You got to be fucking bananas if you think I'm going to walk down there." And she was like, "Why?" I mean, I ain't like the same. I said, nah, I'm not going to do that, you know. And you know, and then there was no sex before marriage conversation, and y'all know how I feel about that. I think that is a terrible price to pay to have to marry somebody to have sex with them. The devil is a lie.
Oh yeah.
Wow,
that's very true. Literally.
I told her, I said, the devil is a lie. I'm telling you that. It's a terrible. I mean, I'm not putting it like this, but I can test drive a Ferrari, and that bitch is 200 G's. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
and bring the keys back.
And bring the keys back and work the clutch on that bitch, burn some rubber, skin the tires. You know what I'm saying?
But see, I felt that.
You know,
I got a cousin that's like that too, though. My cousin, that my wife, soon to be ex-wife, because the divorce is not final yet. But my wife never liked him because he was single, and he always liked to, you know, he had a lot of women. So no, you can't hang out with him. But now, you know, I called him up and got a chance to hear him and how, and his outlook and how he do his thing. And I'm like, I don't think I want to do that way, you know, because I'm hearing how, you know, I just want to get the one thing and that's just it, you know, and they can go on in there, you know, this the one thing, you know, and me, you know, just that the feelings was not there. And see, I'm a kind of guy that it's some kind of feeling connected somewhere. See, I'm not the kind of guy that just want to, you know, just run up there and just knock it off right quick. I've had those times before when I was younger, but now it ain't like that now. You know, now I got this love in my heart. Now I'm just want to love, just love.
But that's when they take advantage of your ass. See, I
know. See, I gotta watch that. See, now I'm at a part. I'm at that transformation part that's supposed to happen on the 21st, and I'm gonna see what that's gonna do. Because see, that's another thing, Rob. What you just said is that be aware of being taken advantage of, and you know, next thing you know, money's coming out my pocket. You know, because I'm spending right along with that too. But you're right.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. They take advantage of your ass, and you just And I said it. I really looked in the mirror one week, and I was like, "You got to go back and be a hoe. That's the only way you're gonna survive." You know what I'm saying?
That's what my cousin said. My cousin said, "Hey,
I'm serious." You said
my cousin said that. They said the exact same thing you said. He said, "The world gotta have hoes. There's a place in the world for hoes." And I'm like,
yeah. I'm telling you, I gave it some thought. I was like, dude, you gotta.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm just one of those, you know. I don't know. But then you're right, though. I'm the ones that one of the ones who got caught up. I get caught up. So.
Well, you can't, and ladies, y'all can add and agree or disagree. But a man is in our realm. We're now dealing spiritually and consciously and energetic. Is it not possible to meet somebody and say, you know what, I vibe with you. I don't need to know anything else except that I know together. And here's my punchline. Y'all listen to this is sweet. Y'all can use it. You can look at her and say, you know what? And you got to give her props. And you say, hey, baby, any one of us can take anybody off the bench and make it to the playoffs in life, right? She's like, yeah. But together we can win a championship. I want the ring. That freaks them the fuck out. I mean, you trying to play to win. Oh, that's too soon. Well, I got to lose with you for a while. What? So it's like you cannot say I feel the energy now and do this without, you know, the backlash of everything else. And I get it though, but we should be at a time that we can recognize the better characteristics of people. And I'm not saying that I have not met some good people. You know, I'm just saying that for a while it was kind of crazy to do, and I felt that the universe knew that about me, so it would make sure I'm covered by not meeting the wrong person that would take advantage of the heart that I have. Now it's like, fuck it, take it, take it, right? Take me, what I'm saying?
Oh God.
I'm not gonna call the police.
Watch yourself.
I'm not gonna call the police and take me, choke me the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Whatever.
Hey, dude.
So,
That's crazy.
Don't get me to talking.
Hey,
You know what? I could, if I could intercede, I have one
Men
thing.
got
on
toys too.
Oh yeah, the dolls, right? The blow up dolls. They have the real ones now.
They got new improved stuff now, baby.
Look,
Oh yeah, I know. They're like
I'm
$8,000, $10,000 a pop.
Look, I'm finna abandon my brother. Look,
I'm way ahead of you.
Hey,
you gotta clean her out though. You gotta make sure you clean her though if you're gonna use
hey,
her.
I got a concept. I got a storyline concept, Rod. It's gonna be funny because it's a storyline concept is when this prison gets a hold and they get some pocket pussies on the commissary. It's so chipped out. The whole play line is wild. But anyway, yeah, it's crazy. And it was brought in to stop all the all the butt fucking that was going. So the whole storyline is crazy. It's from the beginning. You laugh from the beginning all the way to the end if you can survive. The jokes are coming at you one after another.
Country Boy say he's not messing with no escorts, no sex workers, or any such. Love me some Angelique Jolie and Halle Berry, Willow Smith. That she's kind of young, right, dude?
She's a young girl.
And man, Country Boy. These people, they young, man. We have to let's edit that a little bit. You mean they mama? Both of them's mama.
She like 23. She like 23. I think 23, 24.
But then they old enough. Then you're right. If they're in their 20s, then they fair.
Yeah, she old enough, and I think even Malia is too.
Yay! Hey, now the toys say sex. Hey, you don't have to worry about nothing. When you get done, you can just put it right on back in the drawer, clean it off. Yeah, you good.
Oh, you know what? Be honest with you. I saw something that I didn't really. It was a lady that she had something, and it was like she made it like it was a video game. Oh, you got to, you know what I'm saying? And then all you see this thing, I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I didn't think nothing of it, but now that you remind me of it, now I remember.
Yeah, they got them battery optic things, boy. This.
Oh well, shit. Yeah. You know what? If we can replace that, then the women in trouble.
It wouldn't last long because they got it now, and guys are not. I don't think so.
Yeah.
See me in the moon right there.
You gotta have the women. You gotta have the women. That's only a temporary fix. That's only a temporary fix.
It really
but there ain't no fucking headache. She'll never say no headache. You can return it if she doesn't work right. You get what I'm saying? It's like
well, sometimes you have to return them when they get damaged too.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying? Be like,
that's true. You know what? You are not right, bro. You are not right.
Go in the store. My girl broke it. What do you mean?
The first one I got was a white one.
What?
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
I'm about to lose my shit right now. Oh my gosh, I can't.
He said the return policy is still
that thing. Hey, I'm sorry. So I had to go to I had to go get a sister one the next time. So you know how that goes.
Hey, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Funny.
Yeah, yep.
Y'all not carrying them things in y'all pocket. Y'all going to need a woman at some point.
Listen, here's the deal.
That's just a term for it,
Listen,
no. That's just only a temporary fix. That's when you coming in between, when you don't want to in between relationships, when you don't want to just get out there like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's being safe.
I got the true answer for it all, y'all. Listen, if I was a politician, why are you laughing? I ain't said it yet. But if I was a politician if you think about it, true, every license in the world, I've said it before, has an expiration date, right? Every license you can get, some of it's going to expire, except the marriage license. But imagine if that shit was only a 2-year or 3-year license, and you say to this chick, "Oh, I'm not renewing this shit with your ass. I'm not doing this." You know what I'm saying? And you just out this bitch. You know, you just know nothing. Just let it expire at midnight. You pack your shit. You know what I'm saying? So imagine that being the new rule. I probably can win presidency over that. But I'm saying
that may end up being a new rule at one point.
I'm telling you,
that sounds all right.
if you move to that license being expirable, and then you look at her and say, "Are we gonna renew it?" And she says, "Yeah, I think we can renew it another 3 years." You know what I'm saying? And just imagine the relationships and how it goes. And then you get to a point like, "No, that shit is dry. I don't want to renew it." You know what I'm saying? It's dry.
But what if something happens in between the 3 years? Like a year and a half in between, and now you want to get out, and the 3 years not there to the point where you can make the decision.
Well, but you know the expiration date is coming. You
gotta stick it out to the expiration date. So
yeah,
you know. So you just zoned out until that date. So how you gonna act until that date when you know that date coming? You know you were out.
She faking it anyway. So you just you reciprocate it and just fake it too until you make it, right? You know what I'm saying? Everybody's faking shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like, and you just keep, and you're on your phone just looking at the clock, like 32 more days. 32 more days. Yeah, fuck the eclipse. Oh, people like, what you worrying about energy shift? Yeah, my eclipse is 32 days, man. Shit, right?
Right. Isn't that like the show in Black Mirror?
I don't know about the show, but I'm damn sure need to figure it out. Yeah. But I'm just saying, you just have to, and y'all know it. I mean, okay, Becky, you single?
Yes, I am.
How long you been single?
I want to say about like 5 months now.
5 months. Okay. All right. We're gonna. I'm not gonna joke with you yet. You're not.
No, it's okay. You can joke with me. I'm a very silly. No,
you really don't. You really don't.
No, go ahead. What do you say? I'm very, very silly and very open-minded. I'm very, very, very. You haven't.
What is your sign again? What is your sign?
I'm a Gemini.
Oh my God!
Shit.
That's why I'm sitting here over there looking at all
the time.
I'm sitting there just looking. I'm like, she is just pretty. She's just beautiful, and I'm just looking. I'm like, all right, don't pay attention. But I was just resonating with you because I'm a Gemini also.
Are you? See, I knew it. See, my spirit guys in disguise right here.
Yeah, but I'm in this long enough to know. Can you give me a proof of life for your ex-man? You know what I'm saying? You have to ask shit like that. Do you have proof of life for the ex? Is he still living?
Oh, like yeah. So to be honest with you, and to actually be a little bit honest, I actually broke up with him.
You can't make this shit up. I'm just telling you.
So we've been talking on and off, right? And this is just, I said this earlier today, and I'm gonna say it. I don't know who it may ever resonate with, but you know, things will be like really, really cool for a little bit or whatever, and then after a while, they will always remind you why you broke up in the first place. You know what I mean? Like literally, like I just had like an incident with him, and I'm like, you know what, dude, you don't even deserve, not even partially, like I don't even know what I'm thinking. Like, what am I doing?
Friends, trying to be cordial.
Yeah, like, and just like still doing like little things on and off, and it's just like, what am I doing? Like, you know, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. Only way I see anything with exes getting back together is like therapy, and that ain't even the case, you know. I don't know.
No, because the ex-wife who I'm divorced, he had a nerve enough to text me and ask me, "Will I come and cut the grass?" Will I come and cut the grass?
She still asking you favors?
She asked me if would I come and cut the grass, and I said, "No, you will have to call a service now, or call Chris, that one guy that came over and he helped us out in the yard last time, Mexican guy. Have him come and do it."
Now, see, if my ex called and say, "Come cut the grass," I know she's talking about something totally different. Because
You know what? Why
Right.
are you
Hey,
being nasty, Rob?
and she may have something up her sleeve like
He
that.
was like, dude, you want to cut the grass? I'll be like, leave that bitch high. Don't. I can work my way. Don't. You know what I'm saying? Because that cutting the grass shit is all prickly and shit, and it's trying to grow back. It's cactus, like fuck that. Keep that
No,
grass
for
high.
sure, absolutely.
Yeah. Keep that grass high as fuck. I don't want to be fucking with no cactus.
But what if it's nappy down there? What if it's the nappy road down there too? Some people got naps down there.
Hey, I am.
Adi, you can answer that. You can answer that.
But hey, I've got in the habit of been clean shaven. I got a certain decor and I keep it shaved and I keep it clean.
Right.
Because you never know who you might run into.
Right. I think it's kind of rude to not have it at least kind of groomed and maintained.
Believe me, I'm manscaped up. So you never, like I said, you never know who you might run into.
That is very true.
Right. And I hope that they're prepared because they may never know who they might run into.
That's why I'm not with anybody right now, because it is definitely
No.
Mother Earth.
Whoa. That last part of the line. So you tell me you women are agreeing that you need to have it prepared no matter because who you may. So you're going to give it up like that?
I mean,
what?
You never know.
You never know. Right,
you never know. I've got my back.
See, that right person.
I mean, could you imagine you about to go there and she says, you go, but that's clean. I mean, well, clean, like that's really manicured. Well, I was just waiting for the right person. Well, how long you been? How long you been shaping that shit up like that? You know what I'm saying? Them hedges are pretty. Them hedges are pretty good. I think I'll be a little scared.
Me and the moon. Don't girls get the landing strip, the triangle, the pyramid? Guys.
There you
guys
go.
do a little manscape thing too. It's a nice gesture.
I think I'll be a little nervous if that bush is manicured to the T. And I've been waiting on you. Really? You have?
What if you don't have to be waiting on anybody? It's just something you do for yourself. So when the time presents itself, you be ready.
You got to have that thing clean. Be quiet. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Listen, I want to go. Listen, I want to go and bring my fucking dust one because it's been dusty. They've been used. You dusted that bitch off. Okay, you know what I'm saying? You dusted this shit off because it ain't been. You want to go there. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my goodness!
Are you trying to get through the forest?
Trying
to get to the forest.
The bushwhacker thing.
I respectfully, I'll meet a Bigfoot down there any day. That's fine.
A Bigfoot down there.
The other stuff would be just a little nervous. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, after get to know each other, and then you turn around, and she says, "Well," and then because you like, it ain't no bush coming out of it. She's cut the forest, so you already know it's moving to a new direction. But before then, you just hope to walk up to somebody and say, "Damn, that shit is bushy." She'd be like, "Well, it's haven't been visited in a while. Aliens been here." I think that you can have a better conversation knowing that it's no visitations going there. You know what I'm saying? Versus, it's stay ready just in case. I mean, because now that's like
you're a side comic. You know that, don't you?
No, but I'm saying is, don't that tell you that you want to be special? You want to say it happened because of you, not because you was in the right place at the right time. But I used to say that she was a hot box, and that was one of my issues in our relationship. I felt really seriously if she was in the wrong position at the wrong place and the right person bent up on her and kissed her in the spots that I know where to do, it was on, and there was no that she was just a hot box. But and I think sometimes you got people out there like that is they stay away from stuff like that because they know they would just give it up.
Mm.
You know, you can't talk to them about socks. You can't talk to them about, you know, hey baby, what color socks you
Two
got? Well,
socks.
you want to talk about my panties? Like I said, fucking socks. Did you hear? I said socks. You know what I'm saying? And they were traded to and then you can say, hey, you want some potato chips? Oh no, you trying to get to my draw. Everything you say, everything I say is, it's not that. You're not trying, you're just having conversation, And so I think it's like that. I don't know. But y'all ladies know. Y'all know more than I do. I'm just out here trying to do something different, trying not to go back to some old ways. You want to treat people right with respect.
Got to.
And yeah, you hope that they see that, but then it's like,
Then
and I
it's,
know they do. I know
right. You
people
might
do.
get one and take advantage of you. You don't know.
Well, yeah. I mean, they fucking run you over like a freaking pancake. You know what I'm saying? And just tell you some shit. I mean, because let me tell you something. They'll train you fast. Because I've been in that position. I've been trained really fucking quick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you want to teach an old dog new tricks? Yeah. I mean, I've been trained.
But what? So you think if you
shit.
if you had a woman and she was shaved or maintained, you would think that she was like a whore?
No,
Because
I'm
she came
saying
prepared?
I'm saying I'm not saying that you meet a woman and she was okay.
Right. I hear it. Yep.
Let me get my calculator out. Hang on.
You gotta say that right.
Let me give y'all the real numbers here. I'm just using for example. Okay. For example, let's say someone says they've been out of commission for 2 years. That's 365 days. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you multiply that by 2. All right. So 365 times 2 is 730 days. Now there's 24 hours in a day, so we're going to multiply that by 24. So we got 17 hours or 60 minutes in an hour. That's 1 million. See, I wouldn't tell you get the magnitude of what we're talking about, so y'all don't talk about this little bullshit. And then we got 60 seconds in a minute. And you're talking 60 million seconds. Her shit has not been used. Are you trying to say it's manicured? 60 million seconds?
Women don't manicure just for sex.
No, they manicure. I like to keep it manicured because it keeps down the odor.
Well, okay, now stop right there. If she tell me this is ventilation purpose, fuck it. I'm down. Keep that bitch ventilated. You hear what I'm saying? I hear you.
Ventilation.
if it's ventilation purpose, hey, fuck it. I mean, that's some strong shit. But I'm saying, no, I wouldn't think she was a hoe either way. No, I wouldn't do that. I'm just saying that, you will. I don't know. I think you would just. You how sexy would it be? And she's all bashful and she says, It's a forest down there. I'm sorry. And then you get to say, "Oh, baby, don't worry about it." And then you see creepy shit. You be like, "Okay, it is a forest there." But
but that's the time when you let her know that hey, you're the man that can shave it down. So hey, that's what you do. I've done that before.
What I'm saying is, let me groom you. But I got this.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
And whatever, I got this. Let me take care of that for you. I can do that. And then you hope the bond. You hope the bond at that time she feels like this nigga's special. You know what I'm saying? He's going in, nowhere land, and he's a protector. You know what I'm saying? He's a protector. He's all of that. So that's all I'm saying. But hey, ladies, listen. Let me say this as a disclaimer. Mow your lawn if you have to. Keep the shit manicured. You know what I'm saying? Spray it for bugs. You know what I'm saying?
Hey. Yeah.
You spray that motherfucker for bugs, everything. Do what you have to do. You know what I'm saying? Do not let that shit just grow. See, it's a difference growing weeds and then St. Augustine grass down there. It's a big difference.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially for us connoisseurs.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta
they call me the black Jacques Cousteau. They don't know about Jacques Cousteau. That was one of my
Listen.
favorite explorers.
Look, Becky, like Scooby Doo, like what? He's the what?
You don't know
Who's
about
that?
Jacques Cousteau? Jacques Cousteau was one of the great explorers of the deep. He went to the deepest oceans.
Ooh.
Oh. Mm.
Yeah,
That's another story. You
Did
know.
he
that's a
pack
whole nother
everything with
story.
him
But
when
he
he
always
was
came
always
back.
traveling?
Huh?
Take yours, huh?
Did he pack a lot when he was traveling?
Oh yes, he had
Yes,
to pack a lot
it
because he's blessed with what his daddy gave him.
All right.
Oh no, come on. Are you ladies saying it is about the size of the ship, not the motion of the wave?
I think it's both.
It's both.
Oh, okay.
It's both for sure.
Yeah, it's both.
It's both. Because I got friends that like horse tranquilizers, and I'm like, dude, that's not healthy.
Yeah.
I don't want to. I don't want to say the full thing, so that's why I say that.
I don't know.
saying that they have a package, but they don't know how to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And some of them just like it way too, like, oh, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, y'all. Listen, this is a fucking alien show. We're talking about aliens and we ain't talking about fucking horses and horse racing and all that shit. You know, y'all up here, yeah, you got a horse and don't know how to whatever. You know what I'm saying? Just, you know what I'm saying? He don't know how to make horse sounds, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. I get it. I mean, it's okay. I don't think. Well, that'll be. Oh, he hung up. He'll come back. You know, but I just don't think. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. We got too many young kids in the chat, and pretty much because I think y'all are funny. I really think y'all are funny. Oh, wait a minute. Let me. There he is. I'm again. I don't think. Let me use this as a reference point.
Yeah, my internet.
Both is water. Both of these is water. But metaphorically speaking, I just don't get it where you women would say, hey, I'd rather have a gallon of water versus 16-ounce bottle. But who goes behind that shit though? You know? Who the fuck want to go behind that?
Now that I caught back up what you guys are saying.
What fun would it be? You get what I'm saying? What fun would it be? You know?
Right.
You know, I told a friend of mine, she called me one day, she was like, oh, my boyfriend is whatever. I said, you ain't gonna never get another nigga after that? Cause he ain't gonna, your ass gonna be no
well,
good.
The good thing is stretch back.
I just was about to say, we have babies that come out our vagina.
Yeah,
right. They have to stretch back.
And you didn't.
Most of y'all got it. Yeah, most of y'all got it all stitched back right. I'm saying natural progression. That's a different story.
You hope they wouldn't stitch back, but
Get
you
it
know,
all
hey.
stitched back. We naturally go back to the way we supposed to go back to. So
I remember my children. I remember my children's mom asked me. She said, "Do you want them to sew me back up after? They better stitch that bitch up for a fucking ink pen can't go in there." You know, I'm gonna play with that. What are you talking about? I said, stitch that. I told you, tell that doctor to stitch that motherfucker up. You know what I'm saying? Shit, the hell with that. You know what I'm saying? Who wanna? I'm fine. That's cool. I get it. You know, and I know y'all women are, you know, used to horses, I guess. But yeah.
Not me. No.
No, it's just like you got to have the right size and know how to use it. That's all.
Yeah, that's very true. I agree.
You know, and see me being a dancer from back in the day, I've had my fun and share back in, you know, like I said, as far as out there.
The longer we talk, the more we get to know people. Come on now, go ahead.
But no, it started with street dancing. That's all that back in the day. The name of the book I got calling out is called Back in the Dance. Started
pop locking, like beat street pop locking.
Is it on Amazon? Your book?
No, it's not. It's not all the way completed yet, hon. It's not yet.
And Becky here, it's not a photo illustration book, Becky. He's not putting it in there.
No, but it's a book. It's a book that was based on a dance group that came out of nowhere in Saginaw. This is a Sag nasty story, so it's going to be a series of stuff because I'm doing on Vets Park that Draymond Green always talks about. But anyway, yeah. So that we just started a little dance group, and we just started out street dancing, and became Saginaw's #1 dance group, and took it by storm, and the #1 dance group that was in Saginaw that started the whole thing off. They got famous. They were called like the Odyssey Dancers. So Parliament came to town because we had one of the main hubs where all the entertainment came through once it came in Detroit. So Parliament came in with George Clinton, and the concert was going on, and during the concert they got a chance to. They was down there, and a couple of dancers were dancing out the group, and then they got noticed to come backstage, and then they asked for the rest of the group. So next thing you know, they auditioned for Parliament. Next thing you know, they just took off with them. So now the next group to come up was the Universal Dance Machines, and they ruled like Suge Knight. This is during the gang times in Saginaw where they had all the different gangs, different high schools, but the dance groups were like had their own little thing going, but the Universal Dance Machines ruled like Suge Knight. They were like, anybody want to try to get a dance group to come against us, we're gonna beat them down. They ain't gonna live right. So it happened one night after a dance that they were at a dance, one of our dances at BV, Saginaw High. That's where Universal Dance Machines. That's where they were from. So we had a little high school dance on Friday night after the football game. Universal Dance Machines, they'll come in there, the main two, Sam Templeton and Barry Young. They'll come over here and they're standing in their little spot. Then they got girls on each side of them. You know how the girls hang out, waiting for one of them to ask to dance. We across the way on the other floor, on the other side by the cafeteria, on the other side by the glass. And my boy Jeff notices one of the girls in Barry's line. And he says, man, I want to dance with that one over there. I said, man, we geeked him up so he can go over there and ask her to dance. He walked over there. The girl shook her head, no. So he come back and he said, that's it, Rob. We're going to go ahead and we're going to start our dance group. Meet me over at my house at 12 o'clock, which was Saturday, 12 o'clock. So I came over to his house, and we just started from there as to form the group that just took Saginaw by storm. We took Universal Dance Machines out in I'm just fast forwarded now in a big gong show, which was the height of the city at the time at the Temple Theater. And it happened like 1979 on Christmas Day. It was a gong show, $2,000 gong show. So it was a hype. It was one of the hype moments of our life. So but anyway, that was one of the climax of how it built up too. But it's a whole big storyline behind that. The fun story, the fun parts, and how we got in from the afros and went to the Jerry curls, and how we were practicing at one of the guys' group's aunt's house, and we're in her basement, and we down there pop locking, we popping, and hair popping and juice flying everywhere, right? So his aunt come downstairs and she washing her clothes, and she passed by us and she looked at her wall. She said, "Oh hell no, y'all get your asses out! You got Jerry curl juice all over my damn wall." Man, it was so funny. It was so funny. That was one of the heightenings of that. But we had so much fun during that time period. We traveled around, got a chance to go to Vegas and did some shows there in Vegas. We got a chance to travel around to the national pageant systems down in Kentucky and would win those competitions. But once I had mastered the street dancing, I saw the movie Fame for the very first time with Gene Anthony Ray, and they said, "You know what? I want to learn that now." So when I got into learning that, my brothers and stuff, they was like, "Nah, he's straight up because he from the hood and everything. So y'all better not mess with him. You better not say nothing about him either." So I was over there learning ballet, modern. I had my little leotards on. I was doing. They tell me I had to get my technique together, so I was in ballet. So I got a chance to do some stuff with one summer with Elvin Ailey and Arthur Mitchell in the summer of '82.
Wow.
I got a chance to do a residency with Gus Giordano. He's out of Chicago. I got a chance to do some stuff with He's on the tip of my tongue. On the tip of my tongue. He was one of the Alvin Ailey guys. He came in residence at one of the colleges. John Parks.
Mm-hmm.
John Parks. He came in residence at Albion College. He was one of the guys that was also associated with Alvin Ailey. But yeah, I got a chance to do all the dancing. Came in the Madonna craze. Moved to Detroit back in the 80s. Lived with Madonna's brother and another roommate. We were all roommates together. You know, so I got a chance to hang with Marty Ciccone. This is like during the time when he kind of sobered up. Because during the time before I got to him, he was the one who was getting drunk, where he was always getting him out of jail. Anyway, by the time I got to him, he was in college. But anyway, that's a whole different story. But yeah, he was in college and everybody was doing great. But yeah, I've got a chance to live through that whole thing with that dance. And that dance, it just took me to a whole different level. And
I wish I could have been around that time to see that, you know.
Oh man, but then I came to Detroit.
It's different than you're experiencing it, you know.
Now, Becky, how old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
21.
Yeah, she's got a whole life to live.
She is not 21. Hell no.
You don't believe me that I'm 21?
Hell, what? You already talked about. She already told me she got bushes and flowers.
I'm 25, gal.
That's a lie. You know what?
How do you think I am, Rob? I mean, Rod.
I think you are.
Rob?
I think you're.
I meant to say you guys both, Rod and Rob. It's very close. Sorry. I'm talking about Rod.
Around about at least about 31, 32.
Bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm just allergic to bullshit. I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, really? Hey, Rod, you must know something I don't know, so I'm just saying. But
He's just assuming. No, I'm 34.
Oh,
okay. So
well, you guessed. I wouldn't even guess. Everybody said 35, 35, 35, and what else? Yeah, so they got it. Well, that's good. I was just fucking around. I don't know how she.
No, it's okay. You kind of put it already out in the atmosphere. That I was bullshit.
No, I was talking to him. I was just because he was laying it on like, oh, she's got that caramel skin and unused. It looked like it hadn't been around. It hadn't been around a long time, and he was putting it in there.
Now that you mention it, see, he over here reading my mind, even though I hadn't even said those things. See, look at that. Look at Ryan. I feel you, Ryan. Ryan got some of that Gemini. He got some Gemini in him. That's what he over there.
That's why I said Bush look like. Nah, that ain't what he really trying to say. Now, come on. Nah, it's all good. Listen, we're gonna do a UFO dating platform Sunday. We're gonna have a get together, and the people with the most weirdest experience should get together. We'll make that happen or something. I don't know, but I think I think there is a paranormal UFO dating app out there. I think I've seen it before.
I've never been.
But then I just put my UFO experience because I still got that baby on my phone. Everywhere I go, I kind of like to let them know.
Really?
I got it on my Facebook page also. So, yeah.
Where did it happen?
Oh, it happened on a flight to Atlanta. It's on May 24th at 1:35 p.m. We're just crossing the right before the Texas border, crossing into the Georgia border.
Okay.
Your experience happened on my birthday.
Oh my God.
'Cause we're all connected in some type of way.
That's
true. Connected.
You gotta I'll put my
I'm just
email
sitting there
in
resonating, just looking at you. I'm like, this is something about her. She just resonates. It just resonates. And I'm like, and then you just say that.
I'm gonna put my you got the chat thing in here. I put my number in my email. If you could check it or whatever, I would like to stay in contact with you too.
Most
and
definitely.
Get to know you and stuff like that.
Look, time out. Y'all got to donate to the show now because I do shit here.
Hey, I already donated.
I got two. Yeah, I'm talking about not y'all, but I'm saying everybody listening. Did y'all see how it works? You entice her and talk about the bush, how long it is, right? And maybe the bush is tall and all. And then now it goes from that to, how old is it? An old bush? Now it's 30-year-old bush, versus 60-year-old bush or 40-year-old bush, whatever. You know what I'm saying? The bush. So regardless of that, I got 2 boxes of coffee, right now, or that y'all can donate. Let me put my Cash App up right now. I know y'all get some value out this show tonight. Let me
So
put
what
it
y'all
up.
need? What you for one of those boxes?
Huh?
What do you need for donation for one of those boxes?
$35. That covers the whole month supply of coffee and shipping. And they donate it. Don't do it on YouTube because then I won't see it for another month. But which I accepted. But Cash App, I'll get it immediately, and then I'll mail it out with all of these that's going out tomorrow. Everybody who already been doing theirs. And it'll be going out in the other stuff. But yeah, $35. And but it's good coffee though. But if you don't like it, you can pass it out. But it's gonna go toward Project Black. So when we're doing what we're doing.
Okay, is
That's
it the mushroom coffee that helps what open up?
Yes. It helps with
Okay.
immune system. It's the mushroom with the cordyceps, cognitive function, stamina. Not
Yeah,
that you need it, but but if you do, good Lord. All right.
Hey, I stay in
Ah,
shape. I stay in
'cause
shape. I stay in
you
shape.
young,
I'm taking Shielded now.
these young ass women these days, you 2 boxes. Yeah, take 2 boxes.
I definitely, I didn't know that it had all of that in there. I definitely can't wait to get me some. I'm into all that type of stuff.
Yeah,
For
yeah,
sure.
yeah. It's got the, yes.
I
You got
definitely
the,
want some for sure. Definitely got all the stuff that's better than Folgers. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think. I
Check
don't
the
think.
chat too. I left my
I don't know.
Gmail
I don't know if
and
you
my
can see
number
that.
for you,
Okay.
Audi Rob.
Rob,
All
I
right,
don't know
I'm
if
gonna
you.
do
Yeah,
right
look
now.
in there. It's like a private chat. You can see it in
Got it.
not
It's
the
like in
one.
the studio. It's like in the studio. You'll be able to see it, so you can have it and you can
Yeah, I
keep it.
sure do. I got it.
Oh, he's smiling. Boy, we doing good tonight. Hey, come on, y'all donate to the show. Celebration time. Shit. Pop locking like a mug too. Yeah. Yeah, y'all.
But my thing is constantly going really low, and my tablet is not fully charged, and my phone is dead. So I might have to hop off for a little bit. I will
Now
definitely.
we're gonna get ready to get out of here anyway. It's like
I'm gonna get back with you guys though for sure, and I really appreciate being on your show and meeting you guys, and thank you for just talking to me, and it really definitely has made my day, and I feel way much better, and it a little goes a long way, and I'm very, very grateful. So thank
no,
you
we good. We good. All
for
bullshit
all you
set aside.
guys.
All bullshit set aside. We appreciate you coming in
Yeah,
and everything
we
and
do.
welcome.
Yes, we do.
And we do. So we will
Kisses
talk.
to you guys.
Yes.
And keep doing what you're doing. And if you're still on, I'm still going to be on watching you. But yeah,
No,
I'll
we'll get out.
definitely talk
We're
to you
gonna get out
guys.
of here in about 5 minutes. So we go.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
get out. All right, we'll talk.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye. All right, so I think his phone hung up, and then oh, there he is. All right, Rob. So you get the information out of her. 'Cause when I hang up the chat, you ain't gonna be able to get it out. So you get her information out of her.
Yeah, I got it. I got her information right there. I showed it. I wrote it down. Yeah.
You sure? Okay,
I
double
did.
check. 'Cause if once we
Let
hang up,
me-
it's gonna
yeah,
disappear.
let me go back and get it. I'll double check again right there.
Yeah, once he get it, then it's gonna hang up. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you, country. He said, Rod, you the man. This is where it's at. Yes. I believe that. So what do you think about tonight's conversation, me and the moon? Selena, what's your thought?
It was awesome. It was totally awesome to start it off.
It keeps leaving me back and forth, in and out. So
All
yeah,
right,
I
if you
did
don't,
get the information.
okay then. All right, brother. I'm gonna hang you up because we're gonna get out of here and we'll talk soon, okay?
Good
All
night.
right, peace and love and light.
All right.
Same
All right,
to
good night.
you.
Okay, so now you were saying what?
Yeah, I said it was really, really good. It started off with that story that was pretty dark, but I mean, I must say we ended really well.
Yeah.
Matchmaker and everything.
Well, we did get one contribution tonight. So thanks,
Yeah.
Summer.
Yeah.
Thanks, Summer, and then no one else.
It was Summer and Rob.
He did YouTube. Yes, he did YouTube. Okay.
Oh,
I just
okay.
look at the Cash App where I can see it and all that good stuff. But no, other than that, everything is appreciative, and I appreciate everyone all across the board for what we're doing and how things below. So we would do that. All right. So, all right, everyone. So I hope y'all had a great show tonight, and we just kind of talking. And I'm glad we have these conversations 3 and 4 hours in. The average, a lot of people ain't gonna watch all the way through to see us really tripping. But that just let you know we real people, real things, and we like to kind of talk a little bit. So all right, Selena, I'm gonna play the outro. Hang on in the studio and we'll talk offline here. Hang on. Let me get the outro somewhere. And there we have it.
Why did Ruby shoot Oswald? Was there a conspiracy?
In a world shrouded in darkness and obscured by deception from the big secret keepers, a burning question ignites in the hearts and minds of truth seekers. Why? Let's dive into the abyss of the unknown. Challenge the limits of our understanding.
This bizarre sequence of double killings raised great questions. Who actually fired the shot that killed Kennedy?
Pierce the veil of secrecy.